Aw.
Okay, welcome to the City Council closed session for April 4th, 2023. We are at 5 PM. I'd like to call to order. Roll call, please. Oh,
I'll call slowly. Councilmember White,
here.
Councilmember Voigt should be coming in any moment. Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Here. I was stalling because I heard the footsteps come down.
Councilmember Voigt,
Say here.
Here.
Hey. All right. Thank you for that. Do we have public comments regarding closed session?
let's see. I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. With that, Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. Item B2, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, and that's potential lease of a property at 252 West 4th Street. And the City of Beaumont is potential lessee, and 4th Street Industrial Park is potential lessor. Item B3, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title of city manager. And item B4, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are council members Jessica Voigt and Mayor Pro Tem David Fenn. The unrepresented employee is the city manager.
All right, and thank you for that. And with that, we'll go into closed session. Okay, we are returning from closed session. City Attorney Pinckney, can you give us a report out, please?
Council met in closed session. Item number B1, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There was no reportable action. Item B2, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. That involved the property at 252 West 4th Street, and with the city as a potential lessee and 4th Street Industrial Park as a potential lessor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. Item B3, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title city manager, no reportable action taken. Item B4, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and there was no reportable action taken on that item either. That concludes the report out.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will go to the open session for the Beaumont City Council for Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. I'll open the session at 6:14 PM. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Councilmember Voigt,
Here.
Councilmember Laura,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn,
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here. And with that, we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Laura, can you lead us, please?
Will you all please stand and join me in our pledge to the flag? Ready, begin.
Okay, with that, we are going to item E, announcements, recognitions, proclamations, and correspondence. And we do have one today, One Legacy Donation Month proclamation. I believe Ambassador Mance, are you here today? Give us a little bit about your organization.
Mostly in my life. I don't need a mic. I've been accused of being loud my whole life. Thank you, Mayor Martinez and the city council members. My name is Kat. I am the mother of 3. My 11-year-old son, Christopher, was autistic. He was in the 6th grade. He loved trains and Batman. And unlike many autistic children, he didn't shy away from affection. He was the first one to want a hug or to need to cuddle. And he would come barreling into a room just to shout, "I love you," and go barreling back out again. Almost 5.5 years ago, he accidentally suffocated in his therapy swing in our home. He was rushed to Kaiser and then immediately sent to Loma Linda Children's Hospital. I don't know what I would have done without the care and support of his healthcare team. Unfortunately, after many exhaustive efforts, they were unable to save him. But because of the hard work that they did, he was able to save 5 lives through organ and tissue donation. His kidney and pancreas went to one man. His liver went to another man. Both of his heart valves went to children under the age of 5. But Chris's other kidney went to this amazing little boy named Eddie. Eddie was born with dysplastic kidney disease, and at 3 months he was put on a feeding tube, and at 10 months he was put on dialysis. And he spent the first 3.5 years of his life in and out of hospitals fighting for his life. When his family finally got the call that there was a kidney for Eddie, my Chris's kidney, he was on dialysis 10 hours a day. That was almost 6 years ago now. Today, Eddie is an energetic and active 9-year-old. He plays baseball and soccer and the violin, and he is in the 3rd grade. And although Chris will never again go to school or play outside, I now have the great joy and pleasure of watching this amazing little man live his very best life because of my amazing little man. Chris used to tell us he was a cyborg, made up of different parts and pieces, and whenever he was sick or injured, he'd tell us he could just swap out his old pieces for new ones. Well, as you can imagine, we never had a conversation with our 11-year-old son about what he would want us to do if he were to suddenly pass. But I take comfort in knowing that if he had had the choice, this is the one that he would have made. his cyborg dreams are now a reality. There are still 105,000 people waiting for the gift of life. 22,000 of them live here in the state of California. And anything that we can do to make people aware and informed about this life-saving choice, we absolutely need to do. Chris is gone, but he lives on in others. Chris is gone, but I know he is not forgotten. And because of organ and tissue donation, he's not only remembered by us, his family and friends, but also by the family and the friends of the lives that he helped save. And for that, I will forever be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. So I'd like to read the proclamation that we have in store for One Legacy Donation, and it reads, whereas organ, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. Whereas more than 100,000 individuals nationwide and more than 20,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on an average, 17 people die each day while waiting due to the shortage of donated organs. Whereas one organ donor can save the lives of up to 8 people, and one tissue donor can enhance the lives of more than 75 people. Whereas the living donor can provide a kidney or portion of liver, lung, pancreas, or intestine, whereas organ donors saved more than 42,000 lives last year, the most ever. Whereas any person can register to be a donor regardless of age or medical condition. Whereas being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person receives in an emergency. Whereas California residents can sign up with Donate Life California Donate Registry at www.donatelifecalifornia.org and www.livingdonationcalifornia.org. Whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Registry when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Now therefore, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of April to be DMV Donate Life Month in the City of Beaumont, and in doing so, we encourage residents to check yes when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card. In honor of you, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item F, public comment. Do we have public comment this evening?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers in the line.
Okay, seeing none and seeing none.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Oh, we do.
one of the items.
Okay, then I will go ahead and read for public comment. Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. Therefore, there is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing comments to city clerk or by calling us by the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Any person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form and handing it to the staff member. Therefore, I will open public comments at 6:22 p.m.
All right. Now, most of you may have heard this spiel, so maybe that's why she didn't want to give a public comment. My name's Adam Evantov, Public Affairs Manager for SoCal Gas. Wanted to just give you a quick SoCal Gas update. I'm here to just let you know that gas prices have been falling since January. So if you had a $300 bill in January, you should have had a $165 bill in February and a $100 bill in March. April, we'll see where that goes because demand still is pretty high. And when I say demand, we pay for our gas and pass those costs on to you from the commodities market. Our fees for bringing that gas to you are set by the California Public Utilities Commission. However, what goes in those pipes, as I said, it's based on the commodities and demand. Demand, because of winter and a variety of reasons, has been very high. So just want to let you know that we have suspended collection and overdue residential accounts, and we will not disconnect overdue residential customers until further notice. We began that policy in February. We continue to inform and offer several ways for income qualified customers to save on their bills, please go to SoCalGas.com/assistance to find out about various programs. One thing, income qualified or not, you can sign up for our level pay program so that your bills in the winter will be a little lower. Your bills may be a little higher in the summer. Basically, we average out your cost over the year. Great way to cost control. We just announced that we are committing $10 million of shareholder funding to provide additional relief to low-income families, seniors, and small restaurant owners impacted by this unprecedented level of gas. This $10 million breaks down as $5 million to the Gas Assistance Fund, and that's a one-time grant for folks that are having some trouble. Again, income qualified, so not everybody qualifies. $4 million will go to relaunching our Fueling Our Communities, in which we will be funding food banks in all of our 500 communities that we serve, including here in the Inland Empire. And then $1 million will go to a Restaurant Care Resiliency Fund, in which we will be giving out grants to restaurants to help them through tough times. For more information about any of this, all roads seem to go to SoCalGas.com, in this case, /newsroom. And if, for whatever reason, you need to get in touch with anything, have your meter painted, check your equipment, and you're not comfortable with the internet, by all means, call 1-800-427-2200. That's a number that we all should have in our phone. It's our customer service / all things SoCal Gas number. Again, 800-427-2200. And lastly, just like old mom and dad said, turn down the thermostat, turn down the heater, turn down the gas water heater, wash your clothes in cold water, and you might save a little on your bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll close public comment at 6:25 PM. Takes us to item G, consent calendar. Do we have any items to be pulled for discussion? And do we have any public comment on any consent calendar item?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Seeing none, then I'll entertain a motion unless we have questions to be pulled.
Mr. Mayor, I propose that we approve, oh my goodness, items G1 through G7 of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, really quickly, G6 is asking to set a date and place and time for a workshop?
That's-
Yes. The
been
date's
scheduled.
there and the time's there.
I didn't
If
see
you
it.
want
I
to discuss
apologize.
that, we can pull it and
I guess
discuss.
I could read the whole thing. Thank you.
Are you okay with that?
I'm
10th,
perfectly.
4 PM?
Yeah.
Okay.
You good?
We're good. Sorry.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. Okay, with that, item H is Youth Council report. We don't have a report today. The council will meet next week. Do we have any suggestions or comments from council? And Councilmember Voigt will be taking my place in my absence since I'll be flying to Sacramento that evening. We appreciate that, and they look forward to seeing another face, or new face. They're tired of hearing me. I've been talking for the past 3 years, so thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, item I is public hearings. I-1 is a public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Chapter 3.01 of the Beaumont Municipal Code, specific provisions for bidding, contracting, and purchases. Staff report, Ms. Gibbs?
Thank you, Mayor. The item before you tonight, it comes on the tails of another discussion that we had previously through the public procurement process for professional services. City Council held a public hearing and changed the code to $75,000 on professional services before having to come before City Council. So during that discussion, it was discussed for public works contracts and maintenance services and goods. And so what you have tonight is a draft of that ordinance. And I want to go over a few things with you, if my computer would cooperate. It won't scroll. Okay. So in doing research to amend the code, I pulled the public contract code for the state, and there's a very clear outline of what cities must follow at a minimum. Obviously, cities can set their own, but at a minimum, informal bids can be done between 60,000 and 200,000. And so my proposal to you tonight is to, instead of setting that limit at 75,000, my proposal tonight is to allow the city manager the authority to approve contracts through informal bidding from 60,000 to 200,000, and then anything over that would come to city council. You do have the option of changing the code for informal bidding to city council approval, and that would change basically the signing authority of the city manager in those two areas to 60,000, not 75, which was what was discussed previously. I did include also a caveat for should council allow the city manager to approve informal bids, to bring back quarterly or every 90 days a list of the contracts that had been approved through the informal bidding process up to $200,000. And with that, that concludes my report.
Do we have public comment?
I have no written comments, but you can open the public hearing.
Yeah, so we'll open it up at 6:30 PM.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, then we'll close at 6:30 PM and open up for council discussion, comments and questions. Anybody first on the list? We got Mr. Lar, would you like to go first?
Sure, thank you, Mayor, I appreciate that. Well, when I brought up the potential increase from, I think was it 25, 50,000? To 75,000, the idea was to eliminate or reduce the amount of internal bureaucracy and make it easier for the city to function. Obviously, an increase to 200,000 is within the state requirements. And when you look at, off the top of my head, when you look at the cost of a replacement of a wastewater treatment plant, a pump from a station, those run 80, 100,000, depending on, or higher, depending on the size of the pump, obviously. So, and those are things that would fall under maintenance. Would those fall under, in looking at your staff report, would that be a D, H, or a J item? I just want to make sure that a replacement pump would be one of the items that you could do.
Okay.
Would that be under maintenance facilities?
You're talking about non-public works projects. So non-public works projects under the public contract code is very clear, and it lists all of those things. So as far as a pump, I would say that's sewer maintenance.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was covered.
Yeah.
Okay, so all that to say is that I would support the 200,000 with the quarterly updates to help eliminate some of the internal bureaucracy that we have. I think it's such, and it'll give council an opportunity to monitor that. And then if we do see that we have some concerns or maybe modification of that ordinance with some suggestions, we can come back and look at that later, but I would be okay with the 200,000 as proposed. My thoughts, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes, I want to continue on Mr. Lara's comments and questions on that. I would support that. I just have a question on terms of the quarterly updates. Would that be something that we then would just want to put on a consent calendar so we can see something like that? So we see that it goes through council approval? And then would that need to then go, prior to that, would that need to be reviewed by the Finance and Audit Committee? Or should it be?
It could, you mean the list of
Correct.
approved?
Yeah.
That could certainly be assigned to the Financial and Audit Committee. That is actually a good point, Mayor Pro Tem. I should mention that there's checks and balances in place that we didn't have 8 years ago. One of them is the Financial and Audit Committee. The other is a new position in our budget, our procurement and contract specialist, Grace. She is our clearinghouse to make sure that we do not violate the code, and I think I've shared with some of you the cheat sheet that she gave us all. So those checks and balances that are in place, we've come a long way. But I would recommend that the Financial and Audit Committee review it before it came to council or in place of council. It's entirely up to you.
Okay. So if we can do that, I think it would be a good idea for, and it helps give some meat and potatoes for the finance and audit to keep an eye on. So, thank you.
So just a quick comment on that or question on that. So is that before the quarterly report that you would review it by them or before the?
That was my thought. So as staff has prepared that, it goes to the finance and audit. They give a look over it,
Before the money's expended?
No, the money would be spent.
Okay, so you already.
They review
okay.
the report, the finance and audit reviews the report, and then it comes to the council as a consent item.
All right, I just want to make sure there was another layer of bureaucracy.
We okay with that? Yeah, so that was my idea as a process.
Do you want that change in the code or just as a matter of procedure?
I would think just a matter of business, yeah.
Okay, Councilmember White?
Yeah, I need a little more convincing on the 200,000. Knowing our history and recognizing the situation that we walked into where a lot of those contracts would fall under 200,000 that were provided to friends of the former administration. So I need a better understanding of why, maybe an idea of how many contracts that have gone out to bid don't need to go out to bid now if it's under 200,000. I know the state says we can do that, but I need to know from you why we should do that.
So they would still go out to bid. It would be an informal bidding process where we would
Okay.
ask 3 different vendors to supply quotes. For the Public Works projects, we would still do a scope because you want apples to apples. And I'll give you an example, the perimeter fencing on the police department. That could be, if under 200,000, that could be a Public Works project that is informally bid. We would still put the scope together and we would put it out through either public projects or gather a list of contractors that we've done business with before, and we would still take in those quotes. I don't want to give the impression that we would pick up the phone and call somebody and say, hey, we have a job for you. Because informal bidding, there's still a procedure.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
No comment yet? So I too was a little concerned with the 200,000 mark. Last time I was under impression that we were gonna keep it at 75, and then that's where it was gonna be, and then we would just go through what we have been doing. So I'm not quite sure. I'm kind of like Councilmember White. I'm a little leery. Of course, nothing, it's just because of perception. And, are we here yet? Are we at the point to where, we're comfortable with that? Because it's codified, this is codified, right? And we're doing a code. It
Correct.
would be set, and therefore, if we found that we would rather pull it back, then we'd have to go through the whole procedure again and change the code, go through public hearing and stuff, and that's the point where I'm a little, it's like, well, I don't know if I want to go through all that if we need to change that. So I have 2 right now that are in favor and one that maybe not. I don't know. Have you changed your mind?
No, I think 75,000 is the way to go, and personally, I would go with the 75,000 and revisit this at a later time.
So let's have discussion on that. So right now, I'm going to agree with Councilmember White that we should stay at 75. Go ahead and let's continue on that line.
If you look at it this way, is the requirement for competitive bid doesn't go away. Really what we're eliminating is the 2 weeks or month to get it onto an agenda, to get it back to council, to get them to approve it, and then to move forward with it. And basically, we would be approving the same process that staff has already taken care of. We're just gonna say yay or nay, and it's just a public acknowledgement of the bid, in essence. So that's one of the reasons why I'm comfortable with that, because you still have the supporting documentation of the bid process to back up the money that's being spent. If there's any question on the quarterly report, you could bring that up during consent calendar, and you can question the process at that time. One of the other things that concern me is in regards to I brought up the lift stations. If a pump goes out, there are, with some items, electronic, supply chain issues. So you're dealing with potentially weeks or months on a supply chain issue, then you're gonna add to that weeks or month just to get it in front of council. In some instances, you have an emergency repair on those lift stations that has to occur and comes back to us after the fact, because it is an emergency. I think this allows staff to put out the competitive bid to address or maintain facilities, because we are growing, potentially not eliminate, but increase response time on supply chain issues that are occurring with some of the items. It's still competitively bid. The only thing is it just comes before us, in my opinion. So that's hopefully to give you something else to think about, but thank you.
You have a follow-up question?
I would, if there's any, I'd like to hear more discussion, but I
Okay,
do
let's
have
hear
a
Councilman-
response.
Let's hear Councilmember Voigt then.
I absolutely appreciate the comments, especially coming in as somebody that's fairly new to some of it. So I really do appreciate kind of that background information. Has there ever been a time where we haven't approved something that's been brought to the council with regards to some type of competitive bid that you guys can recall? I'm just looking for kind of some historical data to kind of guide that.
I don't remember seeing that.
Yes, I don't remember the specifics, but it was back when we didn't have the trust of the administration that we do. And to respond to what Mr. Lara said, we've had emergency issues before, and they've done exactly what you said, which is they've contracted, they've gotten the lift station, they've gotten everything done, and then brought it back to us for approval. That I'm okay with, but if the comment I think the mayor brought up was that if a contract under, say, 150, 175,000, a contract of that level is approved by city manager and moves forward, it doesn't come back to us till the end of next quarter. And I'm just not ready to, I'm not ready to lift that yet.
So let's clarify then on what exactly what you have so far and what this is, how this separates from that. So right now, this is only non-public works projects?
It's public works and non-public works
So
projects.
it's both?
Correct.
Okay, so it goes beyond just maintenance and
And it includes
Repair.
material, supplies, and equipment. So what you see is really verbatim in the state's public contract code.
so give me a couple examples of what could be coming up in the future that you might foresee falling under this. You already gave us one, perimeter
The perimeter
fence,
fencing, a playground,
playground.
lots to do with the sewer plant.
Okay, lots of stuff, and that's maintenance, pumps, whatever, hardware, stuff like that happens. City Hall here, repair of air conditioner,
Things like
roofy
that.
leak.
Correct. So your big dollar items like your city hall renovation, obviously your transportation projects, those don't fall under this. This is really, with the cost of doing business now, this is really everyday items like playgrounds and sod, hydro seeding, things that need to get done. Again, and the other thing to think about too is these projects, 99% of the time are already in the budget approved as a line item. And so when we go out to bid, what we're really doing is bringing that back to reaffirm the council wants to spend the money on it.
And by public projects, then that's what you're referring to. So we're not gonna have something new pop up. That's a different category.
If
And that's
we-
what I needed. I
If we
needed to
bring
see-
something new, it's either emergent or we're asking for a budget amendment with it. So this process that we're talking about would not cover anything that's not already in the budget.
My next question is, Mayor, sorry, is why don't we say that in the ordinance? That it has to already been approved by council through the budget process?
Well, because if it comes up to repair, then that wouldn't, if something
But
popped up.
that's the emergency issue that we've already dealt with.
Yeah.
I remember when I think it was over the first time over by Stater Brothers, we received a call from the city manager at the time that says, I need to do this, and we gave him the authority to do that. So I think we can handle emergencies. If it's already been approved by the council in the budget, and it falls under the 200,000, then I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. With the language restating that, correct?
Something along the lines of, items that have already been approved at some process, some level through the city council.
You're saying.
We were, 2 weeks ago, when we first talked about this, maybe a month ago, we were talking about doing
75.
a little piece.
Yeah.
And then we came back and said, okay, let's make that little piece
Yeah.
citywide. And now we're going from little piece citywide to even a little more.
And because, in speaking with legal about the ordinance, it's a little confusing to draft the ordinance for that gap between 60 and 75. And then we started that direction. We started with 60 to 75 is informal bid, city manager approval. 75 to 200,000 is informal bid, city council approval, and it was like going down a rabbit hole. And so to make it clean, what I decided to present was follow the state code and either give city manager the signing authority or follow the state code and continue having city council, but that would be the 60,000.
I am okay with the 60 to 200, if we've already approved it at some level.
Okay,
Because then you're not bringing us back something that we're not aware of.
okay.
And I think that's kind of where I'm going with too. If you have, if we're having a sewer issue and you're buying new pumps and stuff, obviously you're gonna be able to, do what you need to do there. Or if you're remodeling City Hall and you decide, it's gonna be better if we go this route instead, that makes sense because we've already approved it, it's already in the budget. Is that what you're saying, something along the line of?
So that includes your general fund budget and your capital improvement budget?
Yes.
Program, okay.
Yeah, as long as we've already discussed it and given you direction that that's something we need, then I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. And we can,
Baby steps.
yeah, I get it.
You were here.
I know.
Comments on that? Are we good with that? No, we
Just one more comment back then. So then when it comes back through finance and audit and then the consent calendar, if it were a strategic plan item, then that would be identified as we plan to go forward on that too, right?
And in creating that report back, we could create, this is the project, this is the contractor or service, dollar amount, strategic plan, and where it's approved in the budget.
So the better lit the trail back, I think the better for everybody. So
Yeah.
I like what Mr. White brought up, so I think that works.
So do we need a motion
You can
to bring
approve it
that back with those
you can
changes?
approve it, you can approve it with that change.
Okay.
And then it'll come back for the second
And
reading.
then
with that
at the
language.
second reading, you'll see the language that was added.
Let me take a crack at the,
Yes, please. For me.
second. So I will make a motion. Where'd it go? I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and approve the first reading by title only, an ordinance of City Council, of the City of Beaumont, California, Beaumont, California, amending Chapter 301 of the City Beaumont Municipal Code in Chapter 3.01 with red lines, with modification under bidding requirements for public process to include items that were already approved under the budget, including general fund and capital improvements.
Items in the 60 to 200,000 range, under 60,
Those are in the red line, yeah.
And just for clarification, can we include all funds? Because it would exclude the wastewater.
Yes.
No, okay.
and I'll second that.
And before roll call, just a quick question. So I'd assume that within that quarterly report, it would reference where you, in the.
In the
where
budget, yes,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. And with that, that'll take us to action items J. J1 is the formation of CFD number 2023-1 for Fairway Canyon. Staff report, Ms. Eustachian.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What I have for you this evening is the intent to establish City of Beaumont Community Facilities District 2023-1 Fairway Canyon. This would include 2 improvement areas, Improvement Area 1, Improvement Area 2. This has been requested by developer Meritage Homes of California, Inc. And this is to finance the cost of certain public improvements, public safety services, and maintenance services through the levy of special tax. And Improvement Area 1 is planned to include approximately 132 residential units. Improvement Area 2 is planned to include approximately 287 residential units. The City of Beaumont is obligated to cooperate in the formation of the CFD for this development, as was agreed upon by the city and the developer, and development agreement effective November 11th of 2002. In order to finance the CFD facilities and incidental expenses, the city intends to issue bonds, which will be secured by special taxes levied in each improvement area. Maximum amount of bond indebtedness proposed for Improvement Area 1 is $3.5 million, and maximum amount of bond indebtedness proposed for Improvement Area number 2 is $11 million. The attached resolutions that are in your staff report declare the city's intention to establish CFD 2023-1 and designate Improvement Area number 1 and Improvement Area 2, and its intention to incur bond indebtedness by CFD number 2023-1, and that's with respect to both improvement areas. A public hearing on the matter will take place on May 16th, 2023, and at that time, council will formally consider approval to form the CFD, designate improvement areas, and hold elections on the approval of the special taxes, and the need to incur the bond indebtedness for Improvement Area 1, Improvement Area 2. Within the establishment of the CFD will be 4 categories of special taxes. Special tax A will be to provide financing for infrastructure within the CFD. Special tax B will be for public maintenance services. Special tax C will be contingent, and that's if the homeowners association fails to perform specific services that the city would need to then pick up. And then special tax D, which would be for public safety. Should be noted that special tax A, which is for the infrastructure, the financing of the infrastructure, will not escalate. Your special taxes for public maintenance services, they escalate at 2% per year, and special taxes for public safety escalate at 5% per year. Any bonds that are issued by CFD 2023-1 are not obligations of the city and will be secured solely by special taxes levied in the applicable improvement areas of 2023-1. The inclusion of special tax B is estimated to produce $178,075 in annual revenue for public services at build-out, which is your maintenance services. And the inclusion of special tax D will produce an estimated $213,271 in annual revenue for public safety services at build-out. With that, I'm available for any questions you have. We also have our CFD consultant, Shane Spicer, and bond counsel, Brian Forbath, here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Eustachian. And we'll open to public comments first.
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that, then we'll go to council discussion. I just have a quick question before we start. Is the infrastructure, is that include anything like parks and so forth, or is that just for the like roads and curbing and signals?
Well, the infrastructure is still to be determined, and that will come back at a later date.
Okay, but if it did include that, that's where it would be under
Right,
that?
right.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember White, good, start us.
Yes, Mr. Forbath, you're not getting off just because you're wearing a sling.
Thank you.
He'll be in one soon, so don't worry about it.
That's all right. I'll hide it down.
So as you know, because you've been here
Yeah.
a number of years now, first of all, we are authorizing this action to create a CFD district because of a development agreement that was created more than 20 years ago.
That's correct.
And it requires that the city provide the funding mechanism of a CFD. And if we were to say we're not going to allow that to happen, or if we turn it down, ramifications are that we will be in violation of a development agreement and open to a lawsuit on that, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And do you know historically of other agencies that have tried to fight the creation of a CFD when it's in a development agreement?
You know, I'm not aware of any that have fought it in a development agreement. I know that there's lots of case laws about cities that have breached development agreements and been sued. Mammoth Lakes breached a development agreement related to development along their airport and was sued and had to file bankruptcy. But I'm not aware of any particular ones with regards to CFDs. Councilman
And
White.
do you remember how much the Mammoth Lakes settlement?
Oh, it was a significant judgment in that case. It was $20-30 million, I think.
Okay, and I bring that up because one of the first things I did on council 8 years ago was to try and stop the creation of CFD district. And at that point, I learned what you just told me about Mammoth Lakes, and that was an issue that would cost the city tens of millions of dollars in a lawsuit. So what we've done is, over the years, we've gone through the process of changing the 2% escalator, and also I apologize, but I don't remember where we are on this one as far as early on in 93-1 CFD, we were authorizing bonding way above what was required or necessary for the infrastructure, and then that money was used by a number of people who are now convicted felons to take advantage of the city. And we've stopped that. I don't know if this is more of a question for you or for Mr. Spicer.
I can just say that, you know, the amount of the facilities that are to be financed has been limited by the increase, you know, all these new CFDs that the city started forming, I think with 2016-1 required the formation of public safety services. And that public safety services sucks up a fairly significant component of the bonding capacity for facilities. So there's been sort of a bargain between the city and the developers as sort of moving the CFD forward, that the city successfully negotiated that as part of the CFD process. You developers are going to pay your fair share for police, fire services, along with maintenance services. So that's been included in essentially all the CFDs going forward. Whether it's in the development agreement or not, we've sort of been successful in making sure that that's happened to make sure developers are paying their fair share.
And you're bringing it to us at this point because of the level of occupation in the district?
No, so this one is just the resolution of intention before you this evening. If the council approves this tonight, they'll come back, I think it's May
16th.
May 16th is the public hearing. At that point in time, we'll have, assuming we'll have a public hearing, anybody in the community that wants to come up to speak in favor of, or opposition to the CFD formation will have that opportunity. And at the close of public hearing, assuming the council decides they want to move forward, you'll call an election, and it'll be an election of the property owners, because there's no registered voters within the boundaries of this district. And then at that point in time, assuming the property owners vote in favor of it, the CFD would be formed. And I don't think there's any anticipation that there'll be a bond issue for the CFD for another, year or two or three, depending on the pace of development out there.
Okay, so the only property owners at this point are the developers?
Correct.
And once we give our notice of intention, they can then start selling properties?
Yeah, I believe where they're at, and Shane maybe help me, I think they're constructing the backbone infrastructure. I think they have the first closings of homes scheduled for, I think, June or July of this year. So that would be sort of the transition when they'll start closing homes.
So, and maybe Mr. Spicer can come up and address this. And so, when they begin, we file a notice, or we approve the notice of intention, they have property owners, homeowners, who want to buy homes in that area. Those homeowners are noticed that they will be paying a CFD.
Correct.
They will be, that will already be figured into their monthly payments, whether they're.
Correct. Yeah, we're working with the developer's consultant to ensure that there's adequate disclosure, that when they do sell these properties, that they do know and they're well noticed of the CFD tax rate and what they're buying into. And then that's part of the purchase when they move in. And then they'll be paying, as soon as they move in, the CFD tax. And then at a adequate level of development, then we'll come back with a bond issuance request with a pro forma to show this is what they're proposing to issue bonds on, and it'll be sufficiently developed at that time.
Okay, and I appreciate Mr. Forbath and Mr. Spicer, you're putting up with me every time you guys bring a CFD. But I think people need to understand that it's not something we really have a choice in. It's something that we've tried to manage and mitigate as best as we can. But that, when someone comes back and says, you created a CFD, I want them to get the rest of the information. And so that's why I put you guys through this every time. So I appreciate that.
I appreciate that. If I can add, I think it is it's been about 8 years since working on the first deal, but I think having the public safety and the maintenance aspects of this has changed course a little bit to the benefit of the city, to ensure that those tax dollars are coming back to the property owners that'll be paying the tax rate on a go forward. So I think that is definitely a plus.
And I'm glad that was one piece that I didn't ask you about is 93-1 and any CFDs that were done before anyone on this council were approving them did not have a public safety
That's correct.
fee in it. So those were not paying for the additional fire and police that we needed for all the new homes that were coming into Beaumont.
Correct, yeah.
And now we are planning that. We're also, that is where there is escalator to address the fact that the cost for public safety is going to continue to go up.
Absolutely, and they're not going to dilute the services that are to the current homeowners, and they're mitigating their impacts for those services on a go forward. so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Spicer. Appreciate you being here. So this is most of our first experience in doing this. Can you explain real quick of the different CFDs, which ones have a termination date, when those termination dates are expected, and which ones are in perpetuity?
For this district or all the districts?
For this one.
Okay, so the tax aid for the facilities is going to be for the term of the bonds. The services tax are for perpetuity, or for as long as services are going to be provided.
So for B, C, and D?
Correct.
Okay, because the concern that I get, I want to make, and then what study or survey or information was put together to determine those amounts for the B, C, and D? For example, when I see D, which I think is a great idea for the public safety, but man, that gets expensive. $509 a year at 5% escalator, I understand that maybe the 5% is probably covering for, inflation. But 10 years from now, that's going to be pretty pricey.
Sure.
And I would imagine with most of the CFDs that I understand it being, that were done throughout probably most of California, were on a 30-year bond.
That's
And
correct.
so I happen to be a real estate broker. I have this conversation weekly with people, sometimes daily. What's nice is when you have a home that's 15 years old and you're marketing it, you can say, hey, it's half paid off. A portion of that will drop off. But when we have these other ones that have a high escalator, those smaller dollar amounts are going to be like A in the future, and so forth. So I just wanted to know what homework went into calculating those figures.
So on, I believe B's for maintenance, that was done specific to the development that is, the maintenance elements that are part of the development, including the street frontage, the street sweeping, park maintenance, those
So
sort.
neighborhood specific, correct?
Neighborhood specific. And then with regards to the public safety, that rate is consistent with the other maintenance or public safety tax rates that have come forward since 2016. So 16.2, 17, 18, 19, 21.1, all of them are paying the same public safety tax rate. So whatever study was done at the time that I assumed was done at build out, I wasn't here at the time, but the $509 rate has been applied to all future residential developments plus the escalator going forward. So I
Okay.
anticipate that was done as part of a at build-out calculation.
Is there a recommended period of time that that gets reevaluated, or is that per project when that's done?
In fact, I think we're reevaluating that right now after this district going forward to take another look at that.
And then that would not impact any current ones, only future ones from that point, correct?
That's correct. And mind you, we also are, what we're doing is we're establishing the maximum tax rate. So if it comes back that, that it's deemed that not necessary to levy the entire public safety tax rate, other cities have done that. They've said, okay, no, we're going to stay at, say it's $500 and it continues to go to $600. Well, we're going to stay at the $500 rate per unit on a levy annually.
Which is an annual review before the tax levy happens,
Right, we would
correct?
sit
Okay.
down and review the budgets and discuss that at that time.
All right, very good. Okay, appreciate the info. Thank you.
Of course.
Councilmember Laura.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember White's questions. We have been doing this for quite some time, so I appreciate you bringing that up and rediscussing it, because it is a useful information. If there are no further discussions, I'll be ready to make a motion, Mayor.
Councilmember White, you have a?
Yeah, just a response to Mayor Pro Tem's comments. 2% escalator on payments that are starting out to $3,000 a year can grow pretty quickly. 5% escalator to cover rising public safety costs starting out at $500, $25 the first year, and a little more than that the year after that. I think what people don't understand is they think that all of these property taxes pay all of the revenues that the city needs, and it's not even close. And that we actually lose money on more homes as far as the amount of services that we can provide for them. Police and fire is something that, we get, I think it's $250 per home on the property tax. Someone, staff did a good diagram of that. So I just want to sort of temper what Mr. Finn said when he made the comment that it, becomes significant. 5% is lower than inflation at this point. So anyways, I just wanted to finish with that comment.
Seeing none, go ahead and we'll entertain your motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by titles only resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, declaring its intention to establish the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2023-1, Fairway Canyon, and improvement areas therein, to authorize the levy of a special tax to pay the cost of acquiring or constructing certain public facilities and providing certain public services and paying for certain incidental expenses and to pay debt service on bonded indebtedness, and adopt resolution of intention of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, to incur bonded indebtedness within each of the proposed improvement areas, numbers 1 and 2 of the proposed City of Beaumont Community Facilities District, number 23-1, Fairway Canyon. We've got to reduce the verbiage on those if that's possible.
I will second that.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. Thank you, and with that, thank you, gentlemen. With that, that'll bring us to item J2, the approval of the fuel source technology for the City of Beaumont Transit Zero Emission Bus Rollout Plan.
Here. Gonna say highs and goodbyes as we switch around. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here to talk to you tonight about zero emissions. Can't hear? Am I on?
Could be louder.
I've never been told that before. At least I have a voice this week. Usually, at least I don't sound like, yeah. At least I have a voice. Apologies for last council meeting. But here tonight to talk to you about a zero emissions transition plan for our transportation department, our buses. So, that's why we're here. In 2018, the California Resource Board adopted an initiative that set forth goals and regulations that we all have to have a plan in place to be 100% zero emissions by 2040. So RCTC graciously stepped in to assist the smaller agencies. They structured a grant, awarded a contract to CTE, which I'll turn it over to in a few moments, to assist all of us with a plan on how do we get there based on our current fleet, our current market, what our services look like, that sort of thing. So in April, they awarded the contract to CTE, and this for you today, it's just important for you to know and understand it's a living, breathing, I'll say evolving technology, right? This is the standard today. We don't know what it's going to be in the future, but we still have to develop a plan as it stands today. So this is our best ditch effort with the help of our consultants and RCTC to put together a proposal for you and get some feedback from you this evening in regards to the transition plan. We have to submit something by July 1st of 2023. Therefore, that's why we are here. So the ask is that you receive the information that we're going to provide you tonight. We'll have some dialogue and help us select a zero emissions bus technology. So with that, I have Eric from RCTC present and Nikki from CTE, the managing consultant that handled the project. So I'll let either one of them start the show.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nikki Rinaldi Alabid, a managing consultant with the Center for Transportation and the Environment. CTE is a 501c3 nonprofit engineering and project management firm. And as a nonprofit, we get to be entirely driven by our mission of improving the health of our climate and communities through clean, efficient, and sustainable transportation technologies. We do work entirely in the zero emission space, and we currently have over 100 active projects, primarily with transit agencies like yourself, who are working on either deploying or transitioning to zero emission technologies. And I personally manage a lot of CTE's transition planning resources and provide oversight on the use of these resources and CTE's transition planning methodology, as well as general project management on several projects. So where have we been and where are we going so far? As it was mentioned, we began working with Beaumont and RCTC in April of last year. Since then, we have delivered an existing conditions report, which was completed in November of last year. And then we have also completed a financial analysis, which was completed February of this year. Today, we're going to be going over the results of that financial analysis and the existing conditions report. And then the next steps are, as we mentioned, getting a rollout plan submitted to CARB ahead of that deadline, and then we will also provide a zero-emission implementation plan. Our current targeted completion date for that is October of this year. So we already kind of introduced this CARB ICT regulation. First off, ICT stands for Innovative Clean Transit. And this mandate is regulated through requiring a certain purchasing percentage over time. So from 2026 to 2028, the regulation requires that 25% of new bus purchases are zero emission, and then from 2029 onward, that becomes 100% zero emission. And just a note, 3 of Beaumont's buses will be due for replacement in 2028, one of which must be zero emission to comply with this mandate, and then from there on, everything must be 100%. So what are some of the requirements of this ICT rollout plan? First, we have to show that you are meeting that goal of transitioning to a fully zero emission fleet by 2040. We have to demonstrate that you are not retiring buses early. The goal is to regulate new purchases. There isn't anything saying that old buses must be out of operation by 2040. We look at different zero emission technologies, and you have both battery electric and fuel cell electric technologies available today. So we just have to demonstrate that those technologies can meet your requirements. We also must include a purchasing schedule that demonstrates what the zero emission percentage will be over time. We also need to include some details about your facilities and the infrastructure you'll need to support your zero emission operations. You'll also need to include a disadvantaged communities service plan that just kind of addresses how disadvantaged communities will be served by these zero emission vehicles. You also need to include a training plan and schedule for zero emission bus operations, maintenance, and repair staff to be trained to serve these vehicles. And then the last thing is just identifying some potential funding sources for these vehicles. So CTE has already completed the analysis, looking at a few different scenarios for transitioning your fleet. The first step of CTE's approach is always to assess feasibility. And we do that through an energy analysis. We look at the energy required by your service, all of your blocks and routes, and what these vehicles are doing on a daily basis. And we determine what percentage can be served by battery electric technology and what may need a longer range solution. Battery electric technology is still a bit limited in range, primarily because we can only fit as much energy on board as will fit in those batteries, and those batteries are quite heavy, and so that kind of limits how much energy can be stored on a battery electric bus. Luckily, though, we do have that fuel cell technology, the hydrogen fuel cell. That technology is less range restricted because we're able to store a bit more energy on board in the form of hydrogen. So based on that analysis, we came up with a few different transition scenarios that would meet your range requirements. And then we assessed your fleet, fuel, maintenance, infrastructure, and a total cost of ownership that I'll be running through in just a moment. And then I'll also close with just an overview of some of the benefits and drawbacks of each of these technology mixes. Okay, so first off, we used a baseline so that you can see how these transition scenarios compare to what your current fleet would look like over that same period of time. Since the ICT regulation is through 2040, our analysis was from the present through 2040. Here you'll see we did initially include a battery electric option. However, that was found to be infeasible, so you won't see that option throughout the rest of the analysis. But overall, our mixed fleet and fuel cell electric only scenarios, fairly comparable in terms of fleet cost. You will notice that the big difference is kind of the amount of green in the mixed fleet scenario. The green represents the electric vehicles, blue represents hydrogen, orange is CNG. That green percentage in the mixed fleet is covering as much of your service as can be done with battery electric vehicles, and the rest of the fleet is transitioned to fuel cell electric technologies. In the fuel cell electric only option, we included just those couple battery electric vehicles you already have in operation, and then transition to a fully hydrogen fleet. Looking at fuel costs over time, between your mixed fleet and fuel cell electric only options, fairly comparable, but both significantly more than your baseline. Looking at your maintenance costs, between the mixed fleet and fuel cell electric option, fairly comparable, but again, a little bit more than your baseline. And then finally, on the infrastructure side, we initially looked at an option to share hydrogen fueling infrastructure with another agency in your district. However, that district or that agency has since decided to go all electric. So I'll ask that you focus your attention on the independent infrastructure options. In the case of the mixed fleet scenario here, we see the infrastructure costs are a little bit higher, and that's because you would have to purchase additional chargers to support the battery electric vehicles in the fleet in addition to the hydrogen fueling station. Okay, so then here's our total cost of ownership comparison. Again, we have the baseline on the far left to use as a comparison. But then if we look at our mixed fleet independent infrastructure compared to our fuel cell fleet independent infrastructure options, we see that the mixed fleet is our lowest cost zero emission option that's available. However, as I mentioned at the beginning, you don't want to only think about cost in making this decision. There are a few different pros and cons that we also want to consider. As I mentioned, the battery electric fleet was determined to not be a good fit for Beaumont. It doesn't have the range that you all require. So the mixed fleet, the big pro there is that you have multiple technologies in your fleet. So that means that you will have more redundancy and resilience in the event that either fuel type is inoperable for any given reason. If you can't get hydrogen delivered, you still have some battery electric buses that can operate. If the grid goes down and you can't charge your battery electric buses, you have fuel cell buses that you can operate. However, the challenge of that mixed fleet is that you have multiple fueling technologies going on in your yard. In this case, you would have CNG, hydrogen, and electric all needing to be available within your yard, which can be a complicated process. In your fuel cell only fleet, the big pro of this one is that it's operationally very similar to your current fleet. You don't have to change your service or schedule at all. And fueling the vehicles is quite similar to fueling CNG. Also, the fuel price right now is a bit higher than other fuels on the market. However, there's a lot of initiatives right now to try and get that cost of hydrogen down. So we would anticipate that the cost of fuel there would come down significantly over time. However, the con of hydrogen is that you would get it trucked in likely through diesel vehicles, which might harm your zero emission counts, but it's still considered fully zero emission by CARB. So that is all I have. Oh, sorry, no, I don't. Some other considerations. This analysis is based on your existing conditions report that we provided in November. There are some additional costs that may not be included in this analysis. We also didn't consider if anything were to change within your fleet. Everything was just based on your current conditions, your current fleet, your current service. So you would have to consider how any future changes may affect this analysis that was conducted with the present information. Prices used in the analysis are a snapshot of today's market. However, this technology is still quite new and the prices are likely to change over time. So just keeping an eye on how prices are changing over time and updating the analysis accordingly. And if you have the opportunity to share infrastructure, that could be a cost saving, but you would also have to account for additional fuel consumption in driving to and from that shared infrastructure. The EV rate schedules on the battery electric side don't have end dates projected, but electricity prices are likely to change, likely to increase over time. Also, selecting a single technology can increase your operational simplicity and cost savings, even if it is, by our analysis, the more expensive option. However, selecting multiple technologies does make your fleet more resilient in the event of a fuel shortage, either on the hydrogen side or battery electric side. Oh, back to you.
Thank you. So with that, like I mentioned, this is a living, breathing, evolving plan. CTE's goal was to come in and look at our existing service as it's proposed today. Existing routes, the mileage they drive, et cetera. And that's where, as she mentioned, that electric is not feasible for the majority of our routes. We do run a shuttle, an electric shuttle currently for our Dial-A-Ride, and it works great for that. It will not work for our commuter links, hooking up to Arrow, looking at, the potential down the line of, Sunline and all these different things that have come up. And as you know, the last council meeting, we discussed this year's Table 4 and our SRTP. We're evolving that every year, looking at ridership, looking at passengers, looking at what changes are to be made. So again, this is today's plan as a snapshot of what today's fleet looks like, what today's routes look like, so what would be needed. And it's timely as we're entertaining, we released an RFP for our feasibility study for our 4th Street property. We have Banning presented this same exact plan to their city. Their council asked similar questions about regional programs, projects. Problem is neither of us have land in the middle that we'd both, so that would probably require like land acquisition or something like that. But we've already acquired land on our end of town and are kind of moving forward in that direction. But it's not something that we're opposed to, because obviously it brings down your cost considerably. But there's some work to be done, but obviously we have time to get there. Part of the existing plan was to outfit a CNG station, and as you can see by the technology, it's a little bit of both anyway. The local partners around us are doing, based on their fleet, we've got complete fuel cell technology rollouts at Sunline and RTA. Omni's doing a mixed fleet. Corona's going to do a mixed fleet. What we're recommending tonight, obviously, is a mixed fleet due to, again, our current levels of service. If we change our levels of service, that could change this plan. So nothing locks us in stone to this plan. We just have to meet the state mandate and submit a plan by July 1st. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. My team's here, Eric's here.
Thank you for that. Public comment?
I don't have any written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that, we'll open it to council questions. I don't see any lights at the moment. I got a quick question. Do they, when they compare the mixed fleet and the fuel cell fleet, are they considering the cost of the vehicle as far as one be more than the other?
Yes, and
And the maintenance?
also, yes, the maintenance, they looked at everything. The maintenance, the fuel costs, the range that you can get out of the vehicle, as well as the infrastructure costs
And the
behind it.
CNG is not considered zero emission, so the other ones are. So if we go mixed fleet, and as those CNGs ones go out, then we'd be required to replace it with either the electric or the fuel cell, depending on which way we go.
Correct. I think the schedule shows in 2026,
Yeah.
we would, based on our current existing vehicle purchase schedule, we would be looking at 25% of the fleet in 2026 would need to be. And we have an existing shuttle. So depending on where we're at, it just depends on what we're buying new, has to meet this criteria.
Okay, Councilmember White?
Just for a reminder, the last time we purchased buses, what portion of that is paid? I mean, can you tell me the funding sources for the last couple bus purchases?
100% through our CTC's funding and our Table 4 and SRTP. So Eric can come up and answer.
That's towards me. So yeah, usually when Beaumont isn't eligible for federal funds right now, so the funds that they do get is through TDA, so that would be an STA funded project. So the last 2 years that I've reviewed the short range transit plan, they've asked for buses that were paid for from STA, and I believe their current one is also asking for additional buses through STA.
And do you see a change in that going forward? I mean, the reason I'm asking is if the funding is not a significant concern for us as far as the buses go, it's more just the preparing for the technology.
Yeah,
deliver it.
as mentioned through there, so the total cost of operations or total cost of ownership is really just how to transition the current fleet to the newest technology. You're still gonna have your normal replacement of buses that you're gonna have to do. So, even though the mandate is requiring you to add in new buses at 25% in 2026 going forward, you're still going to have to buy and replace those CNG buses. So those will still be paid for through TDA sources.
Okay.
And in addition, as Nikki had mentioned, there was, when the rollout plan is completed, there'll be some potential funding sources that the city can go after for grants and helping to alleviate some of that cost concern as you're moving towards the new technology.
And what does TEA stand for?
TDA, I'm sorry, is the Transportation Development Act.
Okay.
So you would get most of your operation funds through LTF, the local transportation funds that fund most of your transit system is funded through as a TDA source. And STA is the other component of that, which is more of a capital program, and that typically does a lot of your capital replacements in your short-range transit plan.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Thank you,
Yep.
Mayor.
Further comments, questions? All right, so are you looking for us to give you a recommendation on fuel cell or mixed at this moment?
Yes, please.
All right, so for my comment, it looks like mixed. I will agree with the recommendation to the mixed fleet. Have yes on that, says yeah. Okay, good on that. All right,
And then we would plan to bring back the final plan for council approval before
Good.
submission.
okay, very well.
So the recommended action says approve. Is that a motion then? Okay. So I'll move to approve the mixed fleet fuel source technology as the recommended technology in the development of the City of Beaumont Transit Zero Emission Bus Rollout Plan.
I'll second.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. With that brings us to J3, the Economic Development Committee appointment. Ms. Wheelwright, are you doing the report today?
Yes, sir. Good evening, council. Currently, the Economic Development Committee has a vacancy of the Beaumont Business Community Member seat. We've received 2 applications. I believe one of the members is here this evening. I did not receive, I tried to get a hold of the other applicant and was not successful after a few attempts. So I believe this evening we have Mr. Coblin here. If council wants to start the interview process of asking the applicant any questions, and then council can nominate any applicants to be appointed.
All right, so I thought what we'd do is we'd have Mr. Copeland come up and just give us a couple of words there, and then we'll proceed. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alan Coblin. I am a commercial broker in the city of Beaumont. I manage an office here in Beaumont under the corporate name of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Commercial Division. I have previously served on the Economic Development Committee. I've been living in Beaumont now for just about 5 years. Think it's the greatest city I've ever lived in. I think I should have lived here 10 years earlier. Married, let's see, what else can I tell you?
Don't have to go from there, but just
Okay.
introduce yourself. You did well, thank you.
I'll answer any questions if you have.
All right, first, is there any public comment before we move on any further?
I have no written comment. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, and does council have any questions for Mr. Copeland? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes, thank you. So, you currently serve on the City Appeals Committee, and am I correct that he would have to forego that position to be on the Economic Development, or is that not a conflict or anything?
No conflict.
So he can do both? Okay. All right, that was my only question, so glad to see you again.
All right, Councilmember Laura?
Yeah, Mr. Copeland, how long have you served on the Economic Development Committee?
I believe the term was 2 years, I believe.
Okay, so this would be your,
Am I correct? Yes.
okay. And you are the business owner, is that correct?
I manage.
The manager, okay.
I'm one of the managers, yes. I'm
Was that-
responsible for relocating the office within the city as well.
Was that relocated to Beaumont Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, so it's close to downtown. What do you look forward to doing in the Economic Development Committee? Why is it that you want to be a part of the Economic Development Committee?
Among other things, bring more business to the city. I'm currently working with 2 national restaurant chains, trying to get them to come here as opposed to another city that they're looking at. Things that need more public attention, bringing that. I'm spreading the word, so to speak, within the community I live in. I live in the Four Seasons complex. And working closely, I'm also deeply involved with the Chamber of Commerce. So it's that way.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland, I appreciate that. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, so I just want to remind council that there is another applicant as well that was on your staff report. And if, Mayor White, would you like to make a motion?
No, I have a quick
question?
question
Okay.
for Nicole. So did the other applicant know that this was coming to council? Maybe did or did not know the actual date of when it was coming?
I tried calling, there was no voicemail. I sent an email and did not receive a response, letting her know that it was this evening. I called again today and still was not able to get a hold of her.
And how many alternate positions do we have on that committee?
There's no set amount. It's up to council as to what you would prefer.
And we don't have any alternates right now? Is that
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so would you like to make them?
I would if.
Okay,
unless
let's hear your
there's-
nomination.
Mr. Laura, I think, had comments.
I don't have any questions, I'll make the appointment, or?
Okay, go ahead.
I'll make the appointment for Mr. Copeland, Alan Copeland.
Okay.
I'd like to amend his motion to include Ms., it's not Voigt, is it? No. Okay. Ms. Vogt to be the alternate, if that's okay with you?
That is fine, sir.
Okay.
And I'll second it with the amendment.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes, congratulations, Mr. Copeland, welcome back. You're welcome. All right, with that, that'll go, do we need to take a break or we're doing good? We're all doing well, then we'll continue. Okay, you said okay? All right, so J4 brings the update on the Stewart Park Improvement Project, Capital Improvement Project P10.
Sorry. I'm going to start this really quick just so we have a couple of things that I can show you. We are excited to bring this update before council so that you can see some of the progress that's coming along with Stewart Park. As you know, this has been an ongoing project for us where we hired PlaceWorks. PlaceWorks has been working alongside us in designing this and has done a fantastic job. It started last summer with some outreach in the community, getting all the input from people in the community with surveys and all the fun things and showing them different renderings. We brought some concepts before council and you guys gave your blessing to that, and we moved forward with some of those. And so we're at what's called the 30% design right now. And with that, we have begun the process of reaching out to some of our different agencies and those that are going to be impacted by our work, some of the utility agencies. And so we've been reaching out to Edison. We've conducted some meetings on site with them just to get a feel for what are the electrical needs going to be. We are going to be amping up the electrical needs here at the park with things like a splash pad and the amphitheater and all those things. And so we bring those utility agencies out to have those conversations and begin that. And so we've done that with everyone. We've also reached out to Riverside County Flood Control. There is a retention basin at the Stewart Park right now, and so just keeping them in the loop on all things as far as the design, as far as the capacity, what are some things that we need to be aware of as we begin this design process. And so if I can take you through some of these photos, some of these you will have seen before, and obviously you are very familiar with what the current condition of Stewart Park is. This is the concept plan that was brought before council where we got your blessing and then really released our design team to start figuring out what do we need to do in order to make this happen. Probably one of the biggest updates at this 30% time is, and it was noted in our staff report, is an update that in terms of a water easement. And so there is an easement that runs, there's a water line that runs through the park on our current 10th Street. If you'll remember, many meetings ago, we vacated 10th Street. And so that was something that we brought to council, and we went through that whole process where we have to notice the public and we have to notice everyone that's impacted by a street vacation. We did that process. We went through all those things. And so as part of this plan, instead of having the 3 individual parks, we're going to have one contiguous park. And as part of that, we will still have this easement. So, and during this process, we went to the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District and discuss with them, hey, here's some of the impacts and here's some of the things that are going to be as we design this park with a current water line that runs into it. With that, there is a 25-foot easement. And so we've been working through the process of what does that mean? What can we put in there? We presented to council. We had staff attend one of their board meetings and present some different options. Jesse, our project manager from PlaceWorks, presented some different options as well for them and said, here's what are some possibilities for the design and here are the implications of those. So what we're moving forward with and what we want to bring before you today and receive your blessing on is the design and how it's impacted with this easement. We've decided we're not going to put any structures in there. There's no footings in there. You will see that this runs right through a playground. And so there are some things that we needed to move and tweak at the advisement of the water district. So we adjusted this, and I have another color rendering of this one that'll show you a little bit more specific. But you can see we kind of spread out a little bit everything that was in there. There was a tree wall that was a little bench, concrete bench that was in that red easement area. We moved those out. There was a couple of porch swings that we had in the community porch area. We moved those out of that area as well. And so right now, what we just have is different types of surfacing. And then the graphic that's on the right of our screen, you can kind of see what will be included in that easement. So there are some planting, there is some safety surfacing, and this is the familiar safety surfacing that you see at playgrounds. It's that spongy, soft surface. So there will be some of that safety surface in there, and then just regular planting material, and then also some concrete. The easement in its current form is sitting under asphalt. It's sitting under 10th Street, and so there is a street on top of it. So as part of this project, obviously we're removing that street, and we'll be moving forward with this. There's a couple of design implications as far as grading and them needing to add a seat wall. And Jesse, who is on the line, I think she's on the line. Is she on the line? Can you check and see if she's on the line? I know she's on vacation as well. She is. She is? Oh, perfect. Great. Thank you, Jesse. So she can answer some of those about some of the specific grading and some implications on there. But this was the plan that we wanted to move forward with. This is a little bit of a design that you can see for what the playground's going to look like. So there's some really fun stuff with this playground. It's an elevated playground. We incorporate the hill and a slope with all the slides and some different fun stuff. And so I was actually able to meet with some of the proposed manufacturers of the playground and just speak to them about maintenance concerns and just ideas and some of the stuff about their product that they have, and some really great conversations with them. this week. And so just a few more pictures. These are ones that we've had in some previous presentations for you. We also I met this morning with the splash pad manufacturer, and so all the stuff that's been going for the splash pad. And so there's been a lot of community interest in a splash pad, absolutely. And we've been taking all of our comments from council and from the community on how do we make sure that it does lots of fun things, there's lots of fun elements, but how do we also make sure that the community has an area for little kids that want to be in a splash zone. And we don't want to pour 150 gallons of water on little kids area, and keeping the areas separate and stuff. And so we had a great meeting and a fruitful meeting this morning with them, and just talking about some of the different items. If you can see in the top right corner, we'll have what's called the bucket trio, which is normally it's just little buckets, but for the Beaumont, we've converted those buckets into cherries. And so it looks like it hangs on a little cherry tree and it fills with water, and then it falls on kids, and kids will scream with joy, and it'll be a fun time. So you can see some of these. These are previous designs that we've seen that everyone has seen before. The last thing was I was able to meet with Icon Shelter Systems and look at some different options for the band shell area that we want to have, amphitheater out there. And so this is a great new design that they have. We actually visited the park that's in this picture in here, and we're able to just kind of see what it looks like in person. And so we want to incorporate this design. You can see the different levels. It kind of gives the feel of a mountain range. And so it looks like a mountain range that'll be covering the bands. And so we got to talk to them and see that from real as well. The community porch again, and I believe the rest of these are all ones that you've seen. Oh, and this is the design for the restroom. And so this will also house all of the equipment for the splash pad. So this looks like it's the restroom that's going to be closest. It's a brand new restroom that'll be close to the splash pad for us. And so we are well on our way in this process. And as part of this process, not only do we want to continue to get this out to the public, because we know it is taking a while. It is a very long process, but it's been a great process. And we want the public to know that we're working hard to give them just a really great destination park in their community, and I think when it's all said and done, they're going to be very happy with it. So this is just part of that process and things that we want to get some input from each of you and be able to answer any questions. Jessie is on the line from Mississippi, and we appreciate that. And so if you have any specific questions for her, you guys are more than welcome to ask her those things.
All right, thank you for that. Public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, with that, I'll go to the first line I see, Mr. White.
Story, when will it be finished?
Wow, you went straight for it, just straight to it. Well, we are.
By the way, you're blushing.
I'm nervous because I know what's going to happen because I'm going to say a date.
You knew I was going to ask.
I thought that would be like third or fourth question in or something.
That's because he wants to sign with his name on it.
No,
So there will definitely,
I do not.
there will be signs and all that. I know we are probably going to be working on design stuff and design plans, most likely for the rest of the year in 2023. And I believe construction will probably start and contract award, I would imagine, in 2024. And I believe it'll probably be about a 12-month process for building. And so I would say it'll probably end up being the end of 24, maybe beginning of 25.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Laura?
Thank you, Mayor. So the concern with the easement, is 25 foot, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are there any issues in regards to the depth of the water line and what we plan to do above that? Or is it deep enough where we don't need to worry or be concerned with grading in that area?
I can let one of the public works guys. I knew one of the things about this playground and where most of these surfaces are, this is going to be a raised and elevated. So we're actually it's going to be higher than what it currently is. So we're going to be building up on the playground and going up in that direction. But it is where the pipe is at the depth that it is right now. I mean, there isn't any plan for us to move it or to do anything to that pipe during this project. If the water district wants to, they can, and they've been given that option. But it's going to stay essentially where it is right now.
Okay, and then I know in my prior experience, easements typically need to be structure-free, and it looks like we don't have any structures over over this particular easement, is that correct?
Correct, yeah. Everything's been pushed outside that easement.
Great. Have we reached out to Mr. Jaggers? I know he was here the other night, was interested in working with us, at least that's what he had indicated. Because my thought is water lines in the downtown area have not been replaced or worked with in a number of years, and maybe this would be a good time to at least maybe look at replacing this one while we're under construction. I think that would be ideal, and then that would give us another 50, 75, or 100 years with a newer water line. Has Mr. Jaggers indicated that he'd be interested in assisting us with that project?
So to answer your question, Councilmember Lara, Mr. Hart and I did meet with Mr. Jaggers and Mr. Swanson from the Water District. We've met with them twice. This did come up at the last meeting. It was after their workshop that was held. I don't remember the date, but it was the same night as the Beaumont Chamber installation dinner. So we revisited the subject based on the discussion that was held at the Water District Board meeting. And they are unable to replace that line at this time. And I did let them know that we would be moving forward with the construction of the park as designed.
Okay. That answers my questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mayor.
I have a question on that one. When we open it up, because you said we had to take the street off of the top of it and stuff, will that be exposed? Will they get one more time to come and look for themselves to see the condition at that time?
Yeah, so I mean, as part of the construction, we would not expose the water line, but, you know, we certainly stressed, you know, the benefit to potentially working together and taking advantage of us having that area exposed and an opportunity to replace the water line. To this date, as Ms. Gibbs has stated, they have not been interested in replacing it, or they don't have program funds allocated to that. There is still time, you know, as Doug stated, you know, we're about a year away from breaking ground for construction, so there is still time if they choose to do so. But to date, they have not expressed an interest in replacing that line.
In your opinion, what would be the cost of replacing that segment? I know it's hard and difficult, but
Yeah.
you're looking at $1 million, $2 million, $3 million?
No, I mean, it's, you know, so the Water District pretty much exclusively uses ductile iron for water mains, which a lot of agencies do. So I would estimate probably that, and we did some rough calcs, I don't have them with me, but I think it's about 400 feet plus for that stretch that they would be replacing in place. So you could really be looking at, you know, if they did the entire section, you know, easily several $100,000, $200 to $300, but it's especially, they'd save some for sure because they wouldn't have to be removing asphalt. They would not have to be replacing the surface because we would do that as part of our project. So you might be able to trim a little bit off that, but you know, I think we could look around a couple $100,000 to at least replace that segment, and probably less.
So maybe $200,000 to $300,000, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, even if, so it's been a while, and maybe Dustin has some better prices. You know, it's when I was doing estimating on water pipe, you know, with the district, it was 100, then 150, and now it's, well, this is from my even past is working at a water district, but, you know, I think that reasonable cost, it's a 10-inch water line, so reasonable cost, or, you know, $250 a foot plus mob and everything else. So I think 200 would most likely be on the high end.
All right. That's sort of just a generally. Go ahead, Mr. White.
Well, you may have answered the question. They're unable to do it at this time because they don't have the money? Or they don't think it's necessary?
Any or all of the above?
I don't necessarily want to speak for Mr. Jaggers, but they were unable to do it at this time. And I'm not, like Jeff said, I'm not sure if it was because it's not a programmed capital project or because of funding.
Okay, so they will pay the full price to repair our recently created pavement or whatever we put over the top of it. They will be, when that line does need to be replaced, they will be paying full
They have to pull an encroachment permit with us in order to do it, and so we would work through that process. It
I mean, after his comments at the last meeting, I just want, I think you raised the issue, is there's another opportunity for them to get us to do a lot of the work that we've got to do anyways. So, anyways, I just was sort of wanting to make a comment, not asking a question, but.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You covered it? Okay. All right. And I had one last question on the amphitheater. So the amphitheater looks like it's on the plans set up for like the stepped, but then one of the pictures in the PowerPoint doesn't show, it shows flat. So is it the objective to be stepped, cemented, or could that change?
I believe the intention is for that it would be a raised stage, so there would be a raised area. If you look at the lower picture, the one in the center here, when we actually went and visited this park, it's really cool that all the ADA accessibility, it is elevated and it just kind of slopes, the concrete around it is raised, and so the sidewalk goes around it. Our intention would be to have an elevated platform for performers to be on, and we've also talked to our design team about having a wall or a surface on the back as well to kind of shield it and protect that in place, but also for movies in the park or other types of events, have something on the backside of that as well.
And the proper electrical work needed to plug in amps and all that
absolutely.
stuff's
And
included.
we had a great, real positive meeting with Edison on site and going over different calculations. And there's some electrical engineers that are involved in the design process as well. And we're getting load calculations and everything all set now so that we can make sure to bring the right amount of power. And so powering this area down here is one of our plans to kind of spider off some of the power.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Mr. Lara?
Yeah, just two real quick questions. I wonder if it might be beneficial if our 2x2 could reach out to the Water District perhaps and have a discussion. Do you think?
Sure.
Just a thought. And then the other question is, it says restroom, on the last photo, it says restroom and shade structures. Would that be the shade structures up above?
Yeah,
don't see-
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So those are the
Pavilions?
the option.
or-
Yeah, I think it's just the title for the slide. But yeah, this is a rendering of the restroom facilities, and it meets all the requirements for the splash pad and the stuff that we have to have.
Are there renderings or photos of the proposed smaller shade structures that would be in the picnic areas?
Not yet, not at this time.
Okay.
But I know that we will have some. Here's some that are over some of the benches in the, we're calling this the plaza area up top. But there will be lots of shade. And then as well, I think in previous presentation, we're adding, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but there's 120 trees, I think, in the park as well, something along those lines. There'll be a lot of trees in there, a lot of shade.
It's nice to, thank you, Mr. Starr, I appreciate that. It's nice to see that color come back too.
And
That was such a direct question in the beginning. I'm nervous.
And did you say that you consulted an arborist on the trees as well to get suggestions on placement and type and all that stuff?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
that's
sure.
something-
Yeah, that'll absolutely be part of the process. Sure. Yeah.
And back to the line one more time. Is it out of the ordinary, or could the water department request that during our construction process that we go one step further to expose it so they can inspect it? Would that be out of the ordinary for them to say, well, since you're there, let's look at it just to make sure? Could that
Yeah, I
be-
mean, I would have certain reservations about having, our contractor expose that, especially it's an older steel line, and so, there's a reasonable chance that you could potentially damage it during, exposing it. So from an inspection perspective, there's probably less invasive ways to be able to determine the quality of it. I think they have a pretty good feel for, steel lines of that age of, kind of how well they've fared.
But they could do something less invasive, like scoping or something perhaps.
Yeah, or even, like potholing, traditional potholing, instead of using a drill, you can use we could even use our Vactor. It's called like air knifing, where you actually use suction to remove the dirt on top. So you can actually create like an inspection port that way, and you can actually at least assess some of the condition. So there are ways to at least test the condition of the line.
Right, I'm just trying to save the taxpayer down the road because they're the ones that have to pay the full bill if something goes wrong, so.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right, with that, we'll be going to, now what I'd like to do, if council is okay, I'd like to put J5, 6, and 7 together, since that Mr. Story will be reporting, and they're pretty much all related. If we, can we?
Mayor, may I make a alternate suggestion?
Sure.
I'd like to move to approve items J6 and J7. I still think a presentation on J5 is.
Well, I was just gonna have them present all three, but if you want to skip the presentation on 6 and 7, that's fine. Are you okay with that, or do you want presentation on all three?
No, I'm sorry, it was 7 and 8. Sorry, I'd like to hear on 5 and 6. Sorry, I can wait till we get to, we don't need let me move to approve item J7.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Okay, so can we do 5 and 6 together?
Yes,
Or would you like
please.
to do 6 by itself? 5 and 6
Okay.
is okay together? Okay, can you do that, Mr. Story?
I can do
Try.
whatever the council wishes. That's
Okay.
why I'm here.
Well, I was trying to save time, but I think it
No, that's
already went out. So, all right,
totally fine. But now you
we'll
pull
start
them
with
out of,
5.
out of order for me. Hold on, I'm sorry. Now they're out of order.
See, here you gotta be ready.
So,
for
no, I'm
anything,
good. I've got it. Don't worry.
So J5.
So J5 is the approval for our 4th of July celebration and the Freedom Festival that we provide. It will be hosted at Stewart Park this year, prior to any of the construction stuff happening in 24, most likely. We will have a fireworks display. So part of this contract is with Pyro Spectaculars, which is a sole source vendor that we use for fireworks. They work with agencies and cities and entities all over the world in providing firework entertainment. And so the second part of that contract as well is with the M&M Group, which is a entertainment production company. This amount not only covers the amount for the entertainment, but also all of the costs associated with it, everything from the PD overtime to the trailers that are used as dressing rooms and green rooms behind the stage and all that stuff. So everything that's included, lights that we need to rent, additional lights and additional generators for backup power and all those things. So everything is included in that. This year, one of the things that we're doing a little different is M&M is going to be providing all those, and it's all included in their contract instead of me and my staff going and getting the generators and getting all the stuff. And so they are providing all those things for us this season. So this is one of our annual events. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Do we have public, I guess I should have asked, do we have public comment on 5, 6, or 7? A little late, but
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on any of these items?
I have no callers online.
all right, thank you then. All right, so we'll go with J5. Any questions for J5? All right, Mr. White?
I move to approve the recommended action. Sorry, I can't.
I'll second it.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. What is it, J6?
J6.
Mayor, I'll move to approve. Never mind.
So.
Never mind.
Yep, do I go? I'm gonna go. All right, as part of our enhancements and things that we added to our budget in the mid-year was to bring back concerts in the park. And so that's what this is about. The purpose of me bringing all of these at one time is because my staff needs to secure the bands. So that is probably the number one question that I'll get as soon as this is all approved is who's coming and all that. And I need to be able to have this finalized so that we can start saying who we're supposed to bring and all that fun stuff. And so we, in a previous staff report, brought some recommendations on some price points and some different options on what types of concerts we wanted to have. And so this falls within the recommendation from that staff meeting, that council meeting, and we're moving forward with beginning to secure each of those. So the way that it's going to work is there will be one concert that will be in June. And then we'll have our July 4th, Wednesday nights are going to be our concerts. So we will have on June 28th, we will have our first concert in the park for 2023. And that'll be followed by the 4th of July Festival, which is on a Tuesday, not the Wednesday, for that week. And then the next 2 Wednesdays, we will finish our Concerts in the Park series. And so that's what all these are. We have them separated because the June event is already in my budget. And some of these items, the 4th of Julys are in next year's budget. And so these are going to be taken as a liability asset. The finance will pay for it this year. And then when next year's budget comes in and is approved, they'll get that all situated on their end. The same thing with the other concerts as well. And so that's why we had to separate them. Plus, I just like to have lots of items for you, each of you guys. So,
Thank you, Mr. Story. Questions, or I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to authorize the professional agreement with the M&M Group in the amount of $55,000. I think that was the one.
I'll
right?
second.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Pro Tem Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. Okay, with that, it takes us to J8, the surplus Frisbee golf.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the disposal and donation of identified city surplus property for item J8.
I'll second.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. All right, with that, takes us to J9, the direction to city staff on proposed amendments to the Beaumont Municipal Code, section 17.07, signs everywhere, there's signs. Here we go. Yeah.
I even know that song.
You got that? Staff report. Oh, Ms. Taylor's doing this one.
Well, I'm just going to kick it off tonight, Mayor. So in the council agenda tonight, the city attorney's office has done a fabulous job of summarizing the Supreme Court case of Reed versus Town of Gilbert, which has some implications on the city's current sign code. So instead of walking through the entire staff report, Ms. Calder from SBEMP has a presentation. I believe that she's going to walk through both the Reed case and then the recommended changes to the sign code at this, or discussion on recommended changes to the sign code at this time.
And this is, at this point, it's a discussion item, and we're just looking for feedback. My office was working with city staff, and in part, we were trying to anticipate what direction the city council wanted to go, and rather than go down a particular path, we decided it would be good to come back to the council, plus the council asked that we bring it back to them to get some direction. So what you have, you're going to have a presentation from Ms. Calder, and then an opportunity to ask any questions that you have for clarification. It's really a tutorial on the First Amendment issues related to sign ordinances. And then included in your packet is a very rough draft of the ordinance. I've also provided you with a clean copy of the ordinance, which is much easier to read than the redlined version that you have. And we have copies available for the public if they want a copy of the clean version of the ordinance. So with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Calder.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Just to start off, I just wanted to let you know that it's. I know it looks like enormous changes, but we also ended up cleaning it up a lot the ordinance. So it's the substantive changes I'm going to go through with this PowerPoint presentation today, and hopefully it'll make more sense because I know you just see red lines all over the place. So with that being said, the goal was to eliminate any content-based regulations. And so I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint presentation here. Share. Okay. So, and then I'm gonna just click on that. So, can everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay. I know Mr. Pinckney already met with you the last time we discussed the sign ordinance and went over the Reed v. Town of Gilbert case. So I won't go into extreme detail on it, but to just kind of give you the overall on why we're here today and what caused these changes that we're making to the city's sign ordinance. So in that case, the plaintiff was a church called the Good News Community Church. And you can see on the picture, this is the sign that was at issue. And so basically the church doesn't have a permanent home. It sets up, it's in a different location every week. So sometimes it's at schools, sometimes it's at other locations. So they put up these temporary directional signs to let people know where they're at. And the town of Gilbert, Arizona is a suburb of Phoenix, about 200,000 people. And in their sign ordinance, they prohibited displays of signs without a permit, which obviously other cities have too, and they exempt certain categories of signs. In fact, they exempted 23 categories of signs in their sign ordinance. So the three categories at issue in Reed were the ideological signs, the political signs, and the temporary directional signs relating to a qualifying event. So as you can see on the ideological signs, they had an unlimited number of signs up to 20 square feet. Political, unlimited number of signs up to 32 square feet, and there was no time limit before election. They just had to come down 10 days after the election. And then you get to the temporary directional signs, which is the one that the church was using, and they had to be 6 by 6 inch signs, and they could only be up for 12 hours or 1 hour after the event. And there could be no more than 4 signs on any property. So the town of, basically the pastor that ran this church was having a difficult time removing these directional signs within the tight limitation that he had to get it done. And the number of signs that he had around, he had to pick them up. So the town of Gilbert cited Reed for violating the time limits. And he also didn't put down the date of the event on the sign. That's also what's required under their temporary directional sign category. And the church argued that it was unfair. They said that that the rules disfavored temporary directional signs compared to political and ideological signs. So but the city said that they were basically, look, these were objective factors. We applied, and we didn't really consider the substance of the sign. It was just based on, a specific exemption from the permit requirement, and that's how they went through it. But the Supreme Court justices disagreed. All 9 justices unanimously agreed that the town's sign ordinance or sign code violated the First Amendment. And although Justice Thomas was the one that gave the majority opinion, and then there was also 3 concurrences written by the different justices to also provide insight on. So here's the general rule. If you have to read what a sign says to determine whether it complies with the sign code, then the sign code is impermissibly content-based. And before that, there was a split, like I put in on the circuit courts, and on how to handle this. And most applied a purposive approach to determining content neutrality, looking at what the purpose behind it. And so the Supreme Court in Reed had said you can't do that anymore. It has to be content neutral. And so on content based on it so you look at whether the regulation is content based on its face, and you don't look at what the purpose, the government's purpose is on doing it, like the factors that the city cited, the city of Reed cited that they looked at when they were looking at the temporary sign ordinances for temporary events or specific events. So the Supreme Court found that it failed strict scrutiny, and I'll go through the different, because there's different types of scrutiny, and strict scrutiny is, as it says, it's the hardest and the most difficult to achieve. So the distinction between the three types of non-commercial signs, they have to be narrowly tailored to meet the government's compelling interests. And because the code placed strict limits on temporary event signs, but more freely allowed the ideological signs, despite the fact that all of them have the same effect on safety and aesthetics, so they couldn't really make that argument, the code failed the narrowly tailored requirement. So what is narrowly tailored? It's for intermediate scrutiny, its regulations need not be the least restrictive or least intrusive means to serve the government's legitimate interests. So intermediate scrutiny would be such content neutral laws such as commercial speech, which is subject to intermediate. So the strict scrutiny is what we have in the Reed case. Regulation must be the least restrictive means for achieving the compelling government interests. So this is non-commercial temporary signages that are content-based, and they are going to be subject to strict scrutiny. And although these two standards sound very similar, courts are significantly more likely to uphold laws under the intermediate rather than the strict scrutiny test. So basically, if you go, it's going to be hard to prevail, a city to prevail under the strict scrutiny test. It's a very, very high standard. So after Reed, the Reed case, by the way, came out in 2006, I think it was 2015. And there were a lot of unanswered questions. I mean, it didn't even really address commercial speech. So a lot of attorneys and cities didn't know what to do, even on commercial speech, because this case was so it seemed so unfair almost, because cities were scared on what to do because they felt like they couldn't do anything. And so after the Reed case, more decisions started coming in, including the Supreme Court, giving a little bit more clarification on the content-based sign regulations and what they can and can't do. So I'm not going to go into great detail on these because I know time is limited, and I did summarize them in the staff report if you're interested. But I do want to just briefly state all of these cases on the clarification. So this first one, Contest Promotions LLC versus the County of San Francisco. It's a Ninth Circuit case. It was in 2017. And it clarified commercial signs, which I said above was one of the things that the Reed case was silent on. And it held that Reed does not extend to the regulation of commercial signs, and therefore is subject to intermediate scrutiny, which is what I had mentioned earlier, and that's what would fall under it. And that's because of this case, we got confirmation that that's intermediate. And so the Ninth Circuit determined that San Francisco's decision to regulate commercial signs was directly related to its substantial interest in safety and aesthetics. So they were able to provide more regulations on that kind of speech. The second one that came out was in the District of Columbia, and that's called Act Now to Stop War and End Racism Coalition versus the District of Columbia. And that case clarified issues that were raised on special event signs. So in that one, it held that regulations imposing certain durational limits, time limits on special event signs was content neutral, even though one had to actually read the sign to determine whether the regulation applied. And so cities are allowed to put, time parameters on it, which we couldn't really tell after read. And so the court said, no, we didn't mean that. We weren't going to go that far. So then the next case that provided additional clarification was the City of Austin versus Reagan National Advertising of Austin, LLC. And that is a U.S. Supreme Court case that came out very recently in 2022. And that one, that court held that you can distinguish between on-premise and off-premise signs. Because again, before on read, we didn't have a lot of clarification on that issue. So in that one, the U.S. Supreme Court held that the City of Austin's outdoor advertising ordinance, which allowed on-premise signs, but not off-premise signs, to be digitalized, was facially content neutral and was not subject to strict scrutiny, unless there was some sort of content-based purpose or justification. And this was also despite the fact that once again you had to read the sign in order to regulate it. So so on the first, the overall majority rule that I said at the beginning, the general rule, if you have to read what a sign says to determine whether it complies, isn't necessarily, as these cases further on after read, is giving us a little bit more, the cities a little bit more wiggle room on so that it's just not as strict as once thought it was. So that was, they just said that was too extreme of reading for read, is what the U.S. Supreme Court said. They did not intend to go that far. And then finally, the most recent case that came out was also a 2022 case, and that was Shurtleff versus City of Boston. And in that, the United States Supreme Court held that a city violated the plaintiff's free speech rights by refusing to display a flag bearing a cross on a flagpole in front of City Hall. And the court looked at the fact that the flagpole had a long history of displaying flags that had nothing to do with city business, and so therefore it wasn't reasonable to be interpreted as conveying government-supported religion under the Establishment Clause. So these four cases have helped us to where we are today on making working with putting a new ordinance together that kind of encompasses all of these, the Reed case as well as the four cases that have come afterwards. So now try to break it up for you because it's confusing. So what's changed? So before, and this is how the previous ordinance was written, you had all these signs, if you remember, on their you can see on the red line on the category of signs. They had all kinds of categories. So you have real estate signs, construction site signs, political signs, special event, non-commercial. You can see all these. There's 2 rows of them, garage sale signs, government speech signs. So after Reed, you can no longer put these into separate categories because they really fall under 3 types. They're either commercial signs, non-commercial signs, or government speech. And so that was our intent when we were going through the sign ordinance, to keep this in mind. So what's commercial and non-commercial? Commercial speech, I'm sure you guys already know what it is. It proposes commercial transactions. So it's protected by the First Amendment, but to a lesser degree, which is what we were talking about. This is the intermediate scrutiny test that it's under. It's not So it's still protected First Amendment speech, but it's not such a high degree standard. Where non-commercial speech is that speech about politics, religions, philosophy. So this is where your political signs come into play. And that has the highest degree of First Amendment protection, the strict scrutiny test. So ways to regulate, because before when Reed was decided, it was still kind of unclear on where all these things, how cities can regulate. But now we have a lot more information. And so we are absolutely allowed to still regulate signs, commercial and non-commercial signs. But so you can regulate where it's placed, the time and the time period, the size and height, the type of structure or the materials that you use. Can put down the number of signs that you want to be put up in a certain location, whether they're digital, they illuminate. You can regulate that, moving parts or portability. So what you can't do are, again, like content-based kind of signs that have content or the purpose of the sign. So like who's putting up the sign? What's the purpose of it? You can't, as a city, you can't go into those details. You don't need to know what the purpose of the sign is. You're not being content neutral when you're doing that. So those are what you can and can't do. And looking at the proposed amendments, and I think the easiest way to walk through. If you all have your the red line, I'm going to go through on the pages like I said at the beginning, it looks like we did make a lot of changes, but a lot of it was cleanup on repetitiveness but I think our big changes that we made, I want you to look at and make sure you don't have any questions on those. So the first one is we have so we went through it, making sure it's content neutral. And then we put in a strong purpose statement on it. So if you go on your red line to page 2, number 12, you'll see that we added one thing in this, we recognize that commercial and residential areas have different regulatory needs. So aesthetic impacts obviously will affect residential neighborhoods differently than commercial neighborhoods. And we're really putting that in because that's quoting some language that was in Reed, and want to be clear that we understand that it's sensitive to a sensitive issue, but the city does have sometimes where they have to make sure that they put in certain rules and regulations for the city to run well. So that's the first part. And then on the same page 2, we also put in a message neutrality that we added. We already had one in the previous ordinance. We just added to it. And as you'll see, we reference the Reed v. Town of Gilbert case. So we said, notwithstanding the remaining sections in this chapter shall in all instances be administered and enforced to be consistent with the law established by the Supreme Court in Reed v. Town. The director is authorized to grant administrative variances as necessary to ensure that this chapter is administered in a manner consistent with Reed v. Town of Gilbert. Furthermore, no enforcement of this chapter shall occur without the director's review and approval, that such enforcement would not be impermissibly content-based and would be consistent with federal and state constitutions and laws. So we added that. And then the next, and those were just kind of just to put in about basically verbiage from the Reed case. So it wasn't significant. It just more of shows that we've updated and we're complying with the most recent law on this issue. So now I want you to go to the section on categorization of signs, and that's on page 4. of your red line. And this one, as I told you in when I showed you that chart, you can no longer have all these different category of signs. You have to limit it. You can put down different signs and definitions, but you want to really start to limit the number of signs you have and start putting them into those commercial signs versus non-commercial sign categories. So that was our intent when we did this. In fact, we didn't have a definition of commercial sign in the original sign ordinance. So we added a definition of commercial sign. Again, just self-explanatory, a sign displayed for the purpose of identifying a commercial message or advertising a service, product, business, or venture that is offered for trade or sale. And we also added a definition for non-commercial, and that's on page 5, subsection N on that. And non-commercial sign we defined as a sign that's displayed for the purpose of identifying a non-commercial message. The sign does not do any of the following: advertise a product, business, or service for profit and or business purpose, or relate solely to economic interest. Non-commercial signs are not considered either off-site or on-site signs. So that was another change that we made. Also on the categorization of signs, we obviously eliminated the content-based signs like construction signs, so that's just been deleted. And then we revised the definition of temporary signs because that was it was obviously in Reed, a temporary non-commercial sign was at issue. And temporary sign is what most cities are really focusing on when they're amending their sign ordinances to put more emphasis on temporary signage. So when we did this, and the definition is on page 6, and it's 6Y. And we took, we actually identified the different type of signs. So you'll see we define temporary sign as a sign, structure, or device used for the display of messages or images, which is easily installed and removed, and which is not intended or suitable for long-term or permanent display due to the sign construction, materials, placement, or installation. Temporary signs shall include non-commercial signs, real estate signs, yard or garage sale signs, construction signs, on-site temporary window signs displaying a commercial message, future tenant identification signs, commercial flags and banners for real estate signs and leasing, commercial flags on commercial, industrial, and agricultural properties, or special event signs. Any sign not covered by this definition is a permanent sign and must comply with the applicable permanent sign regulations. So we wanted to make sure that the citizens, when they're looking at this, kind of know right off what is a temporary sign. And so we were very specific on everything that falls under that category. And then we just redefined other categories to emphasize the type of signage and I'm sorry, I didn't flip over to the next page, but we didn't redefine other categories. So like real estate signs, we updated the definition on that. So that's page 6V, real estate sign, and you'll see in there, I don't need to read it, but we just kind of cleaned it up and gave more information on that by putting the agent's name, address, and telephone number on the sign. And so it's just to clean up because city staff expressed that it's a little bit confusing sometimes on real estate signs in the city. So we updated that, and then we distinguished between on-site and off-site directional signs as well, because now we know from the cases after Reed that we can do that. So on page 5, the red line O and P, you'll see we have off-site signs and on-site sign categories now. and so I updated that. And then we deleted category of signs that were never referenced in the ordinance, like awning signs were in the category, but they never appeared in the ordinance. So there were several of those. So we just kind of cleaned up the document when we were going through. Then with the definition section, which starts at page 6 of the red line, that's 1707050 on the definition section. That we just, sorry, I forgot to move the page again here. That one we just, they were never referenced in it, like certain signs like that. So the same thing as in the category of signs, luminance signs were never stated throughout the ordinance. And different, those type of examples. So then we go to the general provisions, and that's on page 11. If you can go there, and you'll see that's under section 1707070. And we added section A, that very first one, on the interpretation. And you'll see it's just kind of, again, just to say, look, this is not intended to restrict speech on the basis of its content, viewpoint, or message. Any classification of signs in this chapter that permits speech by reason of the type of sign, identity of the sign owner, or otherwise shall not be interpreted to allow non-commercial messages on the sign. No part of this chapter may be construed in favor of commercial messages over non-commercial messages. And to the extent any provision of this chapter is ambiguous, the term shall be interpreted not to regulate on the basis of the content of the message. So we added that to be consistent with Reed and as well. And then we just cleaned up the section under the exempt signs to remove all content-based references, like removing political signs, because we took references of all political signs out, and we changed it to temporary signs for non-commercial messages. So this is the biggest section. It's 1707080 that starts on page 19 of the red line. That is the biggest. That's where you're going to see the biggest change. Because this is where I mentioned earlier how temporary signs, it's so important now to distinguish between temporary commercial, non-commercial, and temporary commercial signs. So we added a new section, 1707080. Like I said, it's at page 19. And this is entirely new. It was not in the original ordinance. And you can see that we've broken down the temporary signs into 3 categories: non-commercial temporary signs, commercial temporary.
Hold on one second, Misty. I want to make sure the council's where you're at. You're on page 19 of 37?
Page 19.
It's probably
Of the red
easier
line.
to follow the
Of
section.
the red
We're on
line.
17.07.080.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, and it's also page 659 of the packet. I printed off the packet, so I don't know if that's easier. But yes, it's,
I think the section is the way to go, sections
okay.
and letters
I will,
and numbers.
I'll do
Yeah.
that. So, yes, so under this, you can see we have the 3 signs: the non-commercial temporary, the commercial temporary, and then the temporary signs for special events. So the non-commercial temporary signs, you'll see, are obviously displaying non-commercial messages. And the number of signs you'll see are unlimited. However, the city's regulating still limits it on the size, height, depending on the type of zone, if it's in residential, commercial, industrial. And it also states it's not considered either on-site or off-site, and it can be displayed for a period not to exceed 60 days. And then it says anytime a temporary non-commercial sign is removed, it has to be replaced by the same or other temporary sign for a period of not less than 90 consecutive days. So this category is where, for example, political signs fall under. They're non-commercial temporary signs. And we also use this language. I know the last time we went to city council on this, there was a concern on, I think, political signs and other non-commercial temporary signs. It was 45 days, I believe, in the original. And so we upped that to 60. But we also put in the 90 to be able, so we can accommodate other periodically throughout the year, for not more than, like I said, not less than 90 consecutive days. But that was the intent of that. So that's the first category. Then you'll see commercial temporary signs. That's under the same 170708, but subsection B. So, and that is signs they were separately put in the permit requirement field, these different categories, but we're now putting them in the commercial temporary signs. These are your real estate signs, on-site temporary window signs, displaying a commercial message, garage sale signs, construction signs, future tenant identification signs, commercial flags and banners for real estate sales and leasing, and commercial flags on commercial, industrial, or agricultural properties. So once again, we limit the size, height, based on the type of zone that they're in, and we distinguish between on-site and off-site. And it limits, obviously, the number of signs and duration, depending on the type of sign that falls under each of these categories. So that's our second category. And then finally, we have the temporary signs for special events. And these are obviously like single event or series events that occur infrequently. So examples like the commercial sales, like holiday sales, art and craft shows, carnivals, outdoor shows and concerts, community events like the Beaumont Cherry Festival and annual events. That all falls under this third category. And again, we limit the number, size, and duration. For example, it has to be taken down within 7 days of the event. Based on the case law that came after it, they said that you could limit the duration. So we put down 7. And so that is the third temporary sign category. And that is the most significant you'll see on this where we've made the most changes. And then finally, the other big change we made is under section 1707-090E. I have that on page 23, under 25, but I don't know, it might be easier to see it otherwise. But as you'll see, these are under that, it requires a permit, and it's limited to, in this area, in this public right-of-way, it's limited to non-commercial messages. And based on what input we got from City Council the last time we came, we reduced the placement requirement from 5 feet to a minimum of 3 feet from the edge of the curb or street pavement, if no curb exists. And we also increased the maximum time limit for signs to be displayed in the public right-of-way from 30 to 60 days. And so these would be, for example, political signs could be in the public right-of-way for up to 60 days. And anytime a temporary non-commercial sign is removed in the public right-of-way, it needs to be replaced in the same or other temporary sign for a period of not less than 90 consecutive days. And that's because we're citing what we did in the temporary non-commercial sign requirements has to be met in this public right-of-way, and it limits the number and size. So hopefully that all makes sense. Any questions that you have?
I laugh at that one, but yes. Okay. So let's first go to public comment, just to make sure if anyone's up in these wee hours.
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, we have all sorts of lights on, so do you want to go first? Do you want Mr. Finn to go first?
It doesn't matter to me.
All right. Doesn't matter? You pick.
Okay, I'll go first then.
All right,
Mine's
try.
quick.
Oh, you don't think mine's gonna be quick?
No.
No comment.
No.
Where does a real estate open house sign fall in? Does it come into a commercial temporary sign, or is it an event sign? I didn't see it listed.
It goes under the second one, the commercial temporary sign. It's not a special event. It would go under, so if you look under go into temporary sign, section 1707080, and look under subsection B for commercial temporary signs.
Okay,
And
so
real
so let me jump in if I could. I'm interpreting, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm interpreting this as a for sale sign, under 1A on there, in terms of size and one per lot and so forth. My question would be is what would the rules be if someone, especially when it's real estate agents coming from out of town, they're not gonna know what they're dealing with when they go from one city to the next. But if they want to put signs in the public right of way that are a reasonable size, I think it's 18 by 24, put up one sign per corner, 5, 6 to 10 signs, providing direction to that open house. Then when they're done, they would pick those up and take them away. So it would only be up for the day of the event and taken down within a few minutes of it concluding. I don't see anything where something like that is listed. I think it's being similar to a garage and yard sale sign where there is a section and there are requirements for that. And it says for that it would not be placed on private property, nor in a public right of way or on utility poles and so forth. But being a real estate agent, I use open house signs and many others do, and I don't know if that's specifically addressed, or should we address it, or do we just leave it for
We
people
can-
to do what they want? I don't know. I don't know how to put it.
Well, we can certainly provide additional clarification. I feel though what we intended was that it would follow under commercial temporary signs, and
And
So
the
they'll- they go-
definition of real estate sign on the clean copy, page 5 of 27, includes open house.
Oh, it does say that there.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that term, real estate sign, includes open house.
Oh, gotcha. All right, that I did not see. Oh, so page 5. V.
so it would fall under that
Okay.
commercial temporary sign category. And because it's not a non-commercial sign, it couldn't be in the public right of way.
Okay. And then my question for staff is, can you easily define a public right-of-way in terms of those signs? I know it makes a little bit more sense when somebody applies for a political sign and where the locations are going to go, and that gets approved, and that helps educate the person who is putting those up. But what is a general definition for the real estate community? Any insight on that?
Generally speaking, it's medians, Palm Avenue, parks, sidewalks, parkways. Yeah, parkways. City Hall,
CRC.
yeah.
Okay.
Government-owned buildings.
All right, and then I often see my industry calls bandit signs, where people just throw signs up for different reasons, and so forth, and then for new homes as well. They'll come in for like a grand opening weekend or a special sale or something like that, and the new homes, for example, are on stake signs, and they might run down a street and put 10 of them up, down maybe a half a mile stretch. Obviously, that would be against the city code, and they shouldn't do that. And so would it be just up to code enforcement if somebody's working that weekend to see it, and then do they pick them up? And what's the ramifications on something like that? Especially when there's a phone number, and you obviously know who owns it. I once did put more than one open house sign on a corner. I've not since done that. But we had this was probably 10 years ago, had a code enforcement officer who, she said, "It's my last day at work. I felt generous. Here's your sign back. Don't do it again." You guys probably know who it is. But I've seen people get carried away, with it. And even in other cities, I've seen 15 open house signs on a corner, and it's the same guy for the same open house. I know if somebody will be polite about it, pick their stuff up when they're finished. It's kind of a don't ask, don't tell. But But at the same time, you know, yeah, it's a personal thing because that's my line of work, but I also want to follow the rules. But I also know that there would be people that won't know the rules, won't look it up, and will go and do it anyway and get away with it.
I can speak briefly to that. So code enforcement, generally our approach is educational first, and then, you know, if we have a repeat offender after we've spent multiple times, you know, contacting them, then we move into citation. But as with any changes to any code, it's going to take some time for people to get acclimated to, you know, the new standards, the new requirements. So what we typically have done in the past with temporary non-commercial signs, such as political signs, we would pick them up and we log them and then make contact with whoever the party is and then have them come pick it up. They schedule time with the officer to come pick it up. I imagine we would take somewhat of the same approach with that. If there was something like multiple signs that were, you know, strewn out across a block or two, we would probably pick those up and then either dispose of them or make contact with someone the first time and say, hey, you know, here's what you can do, here's what you can't do, come get your signs, and take that approach.
Okay, all right, thank you.
This ordinance, the revised ordinance, would not allow commercial signs in the right-of-way. It would not allow those signs in the right-of-way. Because if you allow those commercial signs in the right-of-way, then you have to allow other commercial signs in the right-of-way.
Okay, so that I understand it correctly, and I'll use the open house sign as an example, and a home on Palm, and it wasn't too long ago, I had a home that I sold on there, had an open house, and I stuck an open house right in the middle of that parkway, so then you could see it coming from both directions. With this new ordinance, I'm not allowed to do that, correct? Okay, all right, just making sure I understood. Thank you.
Right?
Thank you for the definition of brief. I appreciate that. I'll be brief here.
That's double.
So the current ordinance also says you can't put anything in Palm. Okay. So I have two kinds of concerns about two different kinds of signs. So let's start with the political signs. I have a couple of questions on how we are before this change and after this change, how we are treating political campaign signs. So number one, first question is, are we limiting it doesn't look like we're limiting a total quantity of signs in the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We are not requiring permits, correct?
Correct.
If the sign was placed on the right-of-way, then it would require an encroachment permit.
Okay.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And so the last campaign, the rules were that you could put up to 50 signs on a permit. And there was a rule that you had to create a map. There was a rule that you take those signs down, or you'd have to contact the person who put the sign up to let them know that you're going to take down a sign. There was a 30-day before an election, or 45 days before an election, and now we're going to 60 days, or you're looking for feedback on that.
Right.
So here's my problem with the way the campaign signs can be abused and have been abused in our city a number of ways. Number one, by an administration who wants to selectively enforce certain individuals. And I think one thing that signs give candidates is that if a candidate doesn't have the resources to put out mail ads and newspaper ads, their only resource really is knocking on doors and signs. And that's affordable for someone who wants to run. Now, if someone wants to put up 2,000 signs, then we'll go with 1,000 signs, and that means they need 15 permits. But the rule says you can only have up to 6 permits and 50 signs. Now, I didn't see any of those kinds of rules in here as far as the 50 signs, or as far as having a permit that you can
Yeah, it
buy
says,
additional signs.
if you turn to page 25 of 37 of the red line version of the document, which is
What section?
I'm looking for the section. Give me a second here. I think it's under
It's section 1707090.
1707 what?
090.
090.
Okay.
And then you go
And you're
to
looking-
section E, I think it is.
Yeah.
Signs on the public right-of-way, and there's the first paragraph, and then you go down below that, and it talks about the signs in the right-of-way. And then this, we'll use political signs as an example. Signs that are 24 by 18 inches or 432 square inches and under have the following requirements. Maximum number of signs, 50. Maximum size, 24 by 18 inches or 432 square inches. And the placement requirements, signs shall be placed a minimum of 3 feet from the edge of the curb or street pavement if no curb exists, and shall not obstruct pedestrian traffic or line of sight. No sign shall be placed in lawn areas, parks, medians, civic center, CRC, or other government buildings. Signs shall not be attached to fences, traffic control posts, utility poles, or bus shelters. Signs shall be limited to 1 sign per block of street in each direction of travel in developed areas, and limited to 1 sign per quarter mile spacing in each direction for travel in undeveloped areas. And then you go down to the next section that talks about a larger size sign, and it limits the maximum number, and these are 24 by 18, wait a minute. Oh, signs that are over 24 by 18 inches. The maximum number is 8, and the maximum size is 4 feet by 4 feet, 48 inches by 48 inches. And they also have to be 3 feet from the edge of the curb or street pavement. And so, anyway.
So we're okay with a 48 by 48 in the public right of way if you have a permit? Because that was not.
That's what this would propose, and this is a
Okay.
good example of, we were sort of trying to guess what would be okay or not be okay, and we thought it would be a good time to come and get some input from the
Got it.
council.
Okay, so I'll give you some input.
We're not telling you should do this, we're
I
here to get
understand.
input.
So let me start by saying what most of our neighbors do, and we've done this before. We've gone and reviewed it. First of all, Misty, I want to, Ms. Caldwell, I want to thank you for the updating the sign ordinance. And I'm always afraid to bring this up because it just, I think it grows and grows and grows. But that's okay. The problem that I have with the political campaign signs, first of all, is there's no enforcement. So you have people who follow the rules, get a permit, get 2 permits if they have 100 signs, 3 permits if they have 150, and they are very careful to place one that is 1 per block. That's not reality. That's not what happens in Beaumont. In Beaumont, you have people putting up 500, 1,000 signs, not getting any permits, putting 4 or 5 signs in one intersection, and loading up signs and placing signs in front of others people's signs. You know who I'm talking to? So anyways, I'm just giving you a hard time. Anyways, but with all of that, you have no enforcement because we don't want our city staff spending time going out and measuring and counting and calculating and determining where things need to go. City of Redlands, I always like to bring up as an example because they have relatively no sign ordinance. I mean, they'll tell you that they do, but you can go to some of the corners there and one candidate will have 8 signs on that corner and another candidate will have 12 signs on that corner. And, but after the election, they're all picked up. They're all picked up. And so when you selectively enforce it as an administration, or when you have people who are going to follow the rules and people who are not going to follow the rules and we can't enforce it anyways, it just becomes a joke. I mean,
Is your proposal no limit on the number for the duration of the 60 days? And if so, can we get input from the council on that point that will help us with guidance?
Yeah, so my proposal would be, and the other issue also is, and I don't see it in this one, before there were different rules. Well, there is sort of different rules based on whether I'm putting it in commercial property or non-commercial property. That gives a huge advantage to incumbents Because before I got on council, I didn't know who owned these properties. And so now I do, and I know them, and I can go them and ask them. But also to put a sign on a commercial, you're supposed to get permission from the property owner. So do you guys ever check to see if they have permission for the commercial? No, we don't check. And most of these owners don't even remember that they own a piece of property in Beaumont. They're out of town. So my proposal would be follow what the rest of the area does. And that, in general, I know you're going to find examples, Highland, Rancho's got a little bit of rules. Banning, actually, I don't think Banning has too many rules at all. The reason 30 days versus 45 days versus even 60 days doesn't really make sense, because you're getting your ballots 30 days before the election. So if it's 45 days, you get 15 days really before some people start voting. So most cities in this area, and I did this when I ran a couple other campaigns, 90 days before an election, 10 days after the election, pick them up.
Yeah.
And that's it.
So we've considered that. We talked about that because that was part of the discussion the last time we went over this. And the concern that we had there was you're going to have a rule that says 90 days before an election, anybody can put a non-commercial temporary sign in the right-of-way. And then 15 days after the election, it has to be picked up. I think by implication, you're favoring political speech.
I didn't say only political signs.
Right, but it's around the election time.
It's
right?
around
You're doing it around the primary and around the general election. And I mean, you know,
Can't
if you
you call
listen
that
to
an event?
Well, Mike, we could do it. We can do it if that's the direction of the council. But my concern is that if a court were looking at this, let's say it went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court and the justices were looking at it, it wouldn't take much for the justices to conclude that you're really favoring political speech over non-political speech, because there may be religious groups that want to put non-commercial messages in the right-of-way during holidays, like Christmas time or Easter.
But when we talked about this last time, John, Mr. Pinckney, you brought up the fact that if we didn't distinguish, I think you brought up in our conversation that if we don't limit it to political signs, if we just say 90 days before an election, anybody can put up signs.
That's right.
And 10 days after, all those signs have to be down.
So, all right, let's break this down. Let's say we go with that rule, and we
Okay.
say 90 days before an election, anybody can put up a sign. We don't care what it is, as long as it's non-commercial, and then 15 days after the election, they have to take it down. We could do that. It might be found to be constitutional. There's an argument that somebody could make that, well, what if it was 90 days before Christmas and 15 days after? You know, then it would obviously favor religious speech.
No,
But
because you couldn't put up campaign signs 90 days before Christmas or 10
But
days.
because you're allowing more speech during the political season and less speech out of the political season, you know, I think there's an argument. I'm not saying it's the correct conclusion, but I'm just saying that an argument could be made that during the election periods, you're allowing more speech, therefore you are favoring political speech over non-political speech. Even though you're allowing everybody to speak 90 days before an election.
I thought it says here that we can manage the time.
You can.
And so we can say that.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to argue with you.
I
I'm saying
understand.
you can manage time, place, manner, material, height, width, that sort of thing. And that's why we propose 60 days. It could be 90, it could be 45, whatever you all decide on. But my point is that I think there's some risk of an argument being made that if we focus myopically on the election season,
Right.
that a justice will say you're favoring political speech over non-political
So the
speech.
45 days is in here not referencing any election.
Correct. It's not 45, it's 60, and
Says
and
that they can
if
be
you go back to
displayed.
signs in the public right of way, it's 60 days, and then they have to be down for 90. So let's go with the example, by way of example, political signs, just by way of example. They would have a 60-day window, let's say 60 days before an election to put the signs up, and then they have to take them down for 90 days. So you could have a primary, you could have them up for 60 days before the primary, then they're taken down, and then 60 days before the general election, they can go back up again.
They have 10 days to take it down, right?
No. You just set the time.
Yeah, they have it up for 60, and then they take it down. It's not based on.
It's a total
the-
time,
Yeah.
not an event.
But what is the time frame to take them down?
It's
it's-
not.
61.
It's,
Yeah, or 91,
no,
right?
that
It's
would
not
be it.
defining
That's-
event.
But
That's
is the 60 days, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay.
Is
Keep
the
going, you're
six,
short.
is this, I'm being brief, is the 60 days, it doesn't matter whether it's an election or Christmas
Correct.
or anything else?
Correct. So if I'm somebody that wants to speak about a non-commercial religious holiday, I can put it up for 60 days in the right-of-way, and then I take it down and I can't put it up for 90 days. So take your thinking away from the political realm for a moment and think about
No, I'm
holidays.
good with that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to fully understand what you're saying here. So I'm okay if it's 60 days any time of the year,
Any time of the year.
and,
And then 90 days between those, you got 60 days, take it down for 90, then you put it up again for 60.
or 60, okay. I think we should get rid of the sign permits
The encroachment permits,
for, again, I think, is it still 50 signs per permit?
it's 50 signs. Yeah. 50
Okay.
signs.
So if you have somebody.
Depending on the size, I believe, because if you go to,
Okay, and are we going to enforce this?
I think one of the reasons it hasn't been enforced is that currently, as long as we're not, if we have an unconstitutional ordinance and we don't enforce it, then there's no harm. The lawsuit's not ripe, it's moot, right? Somebody would just bringing a rhetorical question before the court. But currently, we have an ordinance that distinguishes political signs from other non-commercial speech. And it could be argued, I'm not going to say it's unconstitutional, but it could be argued that it's unconstitutional. And so there's been risk in enforcing it. I can't speak of before I came here, but since I've been here, there's been risk of enforcing that ordinance that we could get sued. And there are law firms out there that look for these lawsuits. In the Reed case, I think the church was awarded somewhere around $500,000 or $700,000 in legal fees. And so these are expensive lawsuits, and there are plenty of
Okay,
lawyers
well-
that focus on this. So I would tell you that, since I've been here, there's been some risk in enforcing what we have on the books now. And so the idea here is to come up with something that's content neutral, that doesn't focus on political versus non-political. It's just non-commercial speech in the right of way, which seemed to be the focus of the discussion that we last had on this topic. We allow it for 60 days. We don't care what you're talking about as long as it's non-commercial. And then you got to take it down for 90, and then you can put it up.
So
for
if
60.
someone comes out, puts up 500 signs 90 days before the election and 60 days run out, what do we do?
500 signs, they would be in violation. If they kept
I'm not
them
saying,
up.
I'm agreeing with you, they're in
Yeah.
violation. They're in violation of two rules there.
Right.
If
And
they,
then,
if they put 500 or
so
1,000 signs up.
what some of the cities do is they require them to put a sticker on the sign that says the date that it was put up, so that code enforcement, and staff can better address this than I can, but I've seen that some cities.
But we're not going to enforce it. We never have. And we have people who know that, and we have people who don't know that.
So then your point is, then why have these restrictions? And I think that we should get input from the rest of the council, if that's true.
Okay.
And I suspect staff doesn't love going out and, enforcing these rules. If you're right about that and the council's in line with that and doing something more like what you've described in Redlands, then we'll do it that way.
Okay,
We
and
just need
then
to get that input.
before I we don't have the shot clock anymore. I don't think I-
No, I wish we did.
I'm sure you do.
30 seconds, go.
So the other issue, see, I asked the sign ordinance to come back for two reasons. One's the political signs, because I think it's a joke what we do. And I think people who have the money and the resources to go out and buy 1,000 or 2,000 signs and don't care that they're not paying for permits and don't care, they just know they're not gonna be taken down. To me, it hurts your reputation if you're doing that, but some people, anyways. The other issue is, when we discussed this 4 or 5 years ago, I'm also concerned about the digital signs, the billboard signs. I think that we have a policy now that we have, I think somewhere in here it was a summary, that we have too many billboard signs in the city of Beaumont bordering on the freeway. We have, but we have some, I'll give you a perfect example. We have the Beaumont sign, which everyone knows what the Beaumont sign is, and the owner of the Beaumont sign has decided not to just not to improve it, really. And it has become an eyesore. And, but that person would be more than happy to replace it with a digital sign that's going to provide more profit for them. It's safer. And I know there was a concern last time we brought this up about the light and how sharp it would be, but I think now that we see that Banning has a digital sign that provides a lot of input, it provides the city with public announcements, it provides the business owners that are members of the chamber with discounted advertising. I think that we should reconsider digital signs with the idea of, if you want to replace an eyesore, or you're going to take down 2 of your non-digital signs, you can put up 1 digital sign. But I think we monitor that and control that through a conditional use permit through Planning Commission.
Okay,
So-
we were going in a different direction, but that's why we're here
Well,
tonight. So that-
last
we're
time
not-
it was a 1-4 vote.
Okay.
So
well,
last time I
that's
was
why
the
we
only
wanna
one that
get-
felt that way.
That's why we want to get
Okay.
input from the council, because we were going in a different direction with that, to not allow more billboards or a conversion to
I think
digital.
if we can get Lennar to take down 2 or 3 for every digital one they want to put up, I think they'll do it. And I think we will benefit as a city to have half or a third of the signs that we have up now. And we have the signs that I think the advantages that come from digital signs. So other than that, I guess,
You're done for now? All right.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, so let's go. Councilmember Lara, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I agree with some of the comments Councilmember White made in regards to, I do like the sign timeframe, the 60 days to 90 days. I would like to get away from permits in the right-of-way, because they really are unenforceable. I would also like to get away from the number of signs. What I would like to do is on our non-commercial signs, is to look at locations. Similar to our political sign guidelines, having locations where signs are allowed, and locations where signs are not allowed. That way, if a sign, just for example, if a sign is on Palm Avenue in the median, that's going to interfere with maintenance, right, in the grass area. They shouldn't be allowed there. If any staff member sees a sign that's in a grass area where it's not allowed, it just picked up and it's tossed. That's what we put in our ordinance. We're not going to call you, we're not going to track it down, because I too don't want staff spending a bunch of time tracking non-commercial signage, if that's possible. So the limit, 1 per block, it's just, we have to get the sign ordinance to a place where it's more enforceable, or easily enforced, as opposed to having to hire 2 or 3 people to try to monitor and maintain signage. So I do like the 60 to 90 day. I think we need a definition. We have a definition on temporary signs as far as structure goes, but I would like a definition perhaps on temporary signage. Maybe it's the 60 to 90 day. That way, somebody can go to one location under definitions and see temporary or your sign timeframes. I think what we have to get used to is the new nomenclature as far as non-commercial signs, which is political and everybody else's sign. Window signs, what I'm seeing now is similar to what they put on buses. It's a glued screening, but it does advertise a business. I saw several locations where window signs are referenced, but they're the one that references as a stick window adhesive, or it indicates that it's temporary. But a lot of the businesses in downtown, you can see where they're using it as a permanent advertisement. I don't know if we need to get a sign program, because there is an area in there that's referenced where the signage should be a part of a program. But if it's an existing business that already has a building sign, they're not going to come in for the sign program unless they're notified by code enforcement, and then we could work with them at that point.
That's good feedback, because I don't think we contemplated, or at least I didn't, the permanent window signs. I was thinking of more a temporary sign in the
Right.
window, so thank you.
Yeah, that's what I've always thought them of, but that you do make a good point, because you're right, they're there permanently now.
Yeah. There's a print shop on Beaumont Avenue. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
In Laura, Beaumont, CA.gov.
Yeah. The other thing is, and I don't know if it's possible, but you referenced different types of temporary signs. There's categories, and then you have a whole section that references all temporary signs. I'm not sure if there's a way to put those together so that you're looking in one section for all temporary signage definitions and categories, and as opposed throughout the ordinance, because the ordinance is kind of like the War and Peace ordinance of signage.
Well, I tried to
Thank
under
you.
section 1707080, that it deals all with temporary signs. And it breaks it down into the non-commercial, commercial, and special events. And in those, they have, if you go to that, they'll look at their sign and say, oh, if it's a non-commercial, and it'll actually show what the time limit is. Like under section A, under that 1707080, section A, number 4, it says, it gives you even the time frame. It must be displayed for a period not to exceed 60 days. So, and then the commercial temporary signs will hit like the real estate signs and all that, and then they give you the time frame that they have to be
section?
up and running.
So-
we
So
tried to do that.
Misty, are you referring to the concept or the idea of a table for reference purposes?
Yeah,
That would
I
be in
did.
the
That was
ordinance?
something I was gonna ask them. I have seen other cities, and it is it'll take more time, but when I first started this, I'm like, I don't know if they want me to go into that kind of detail. But I do find it much easier to read when I've read some of the other city ordinance, where I can go on a table and see, okay, I got a commercial sign. It actually lists like real estate signs and all that, and then it says in the table time limit. Oh, this one I got 60 days.
Yeah.
And it's so much easier to read.
Yes. Yeah,
So
that's
that's
fine.
something
Just
that,
as long as
the
it's
council members would
easier
be
for folks.
interested in.
I'm sorry. Yeah, as
I was
long as
just
it's
saying that's
easier
what
for
that'd be.
folks to understand and go through. Because I found myself jumping back and forth from section 070 to 080 and back, because you're looking for temporary sign as it's spelled out. I am going to need, once we got the clean version, the red line version, I found a lot of my questions kind of went away. So I would like an opportunity to go back through the clean version again, just to make sure. So I may have more comments at a later date. if
We
that's
were
okay.
thinking that we would come back, now that we've gotten some comments and we'll get more, that we'll come back again and do this one more time before we do the first reading.
Okay, and then, I can't wait. I am so looking forward to it. I would suggest that we bring the shot clock back at that time, just in case. Last comments were, I do agree with Councilmember White in regards to electronic billboards. I think those are something that are coming in the future. I do think there are a number of items that need to be addressed, and I don't know if that's going to be something that we can do at this point, because when you look at electronic billboards, there's going to be a problem with our night sky ordinance that's going to have to be revised and changed. Electronic billboards or electronic messaging centers are what they're referred to now, are EMCs. They're up to 10 times brighter than a illuminated non-electric message sign. That's a concern at night for me. But if there's a way that we can craft the ordinance to where what I'll call electronic messaging center is no brighter than an illuminated billboard, then that eliminates some of the safety concerns that I have. Because there is a public safety concern, they are distracting, especially the really bright ones. You know, I'm also wondering that if we do look at going to illuminated billboards, is there any type of a developer or impact fee that can be assessed to those so that I know some cities have done that. You can't tax them because it's gone to court and that's failed, but some type of, if we can find a nexus to getting that type of an impact fee. Also, those illuminated signs during the daylight, the lumens I would like to see equal to a regular billboard, so they're not any brighter than a regular billboard. Again, obviously, the brightness is a concern of mine, which also, I guess, goes to the amount of shine. I think there's a lot of homework that would need to be done before we can do that. I don't think there's time to do that now, but it is something maybe in the future we could put it on our programming type of, to start looking into. And those are all the comments I have, Mayor, at this time. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Mayor, I appreciate that. I agree with the 60 days. I do like the direction we're headed with more of a digital footprint and kind of moving forward in that aspect. I would agree that, you know, if we're not going to enforce it, then I don't think that we should put out the limits with regards to that, but do the 60-day kind of time frame.
Your position would be, don't limit the number of them, don't require the encroachment permit, but 60 days. Okay.
So on that note then, how are we gonna know? If you're someone's gonna put a sign out there and they're not getting a permit, how are you gonna know they've been out there 60 days, 70 days, 80 days? We were not gonna know. We're not gonna know who put it out there. We're not gonna know. And then see, this is why I think the argument of no permit, I think, is not really true. If you want a permit and you're gonna force it, you just have to have, make that spot check 2-3 times a year to go out. We know when we have times where there's lots of signs out there and we can do spot checks and go out there and check those permits. And I'm telling you, if somebody's put 10,000 signs and you take down them, they're gonna be upset and they're gonna learn and that word's gonna be spread out. But you gotta do it. You have to go down. I remember when I had like 10 taken down once because I didn't know the rules and I had them and they were called me and said, hey, they're down at the yard. I was not happy. People are not going to be happy that their signs are going to take down and they're going to ask for the rules and they're going to know. But you have to do it. If you have a permit, you know who they are, you know where they are. You do your spot checks and you say, okay, I'm at this corner. Here are the people that have permits. I don't see this person with any permit. Take them down, you bring them down to the yard. Is it a pain? Yes. Is staff going to love me for it? No. But, you do it a few times and then Beaumont gets the reputation that, hey, you got to check with them because they're going to take your signs down. And a few stings will get them, especially if you charge to take them out. But anyway, so I do believe that permits are still valid because it keeps from chaos. We can keep track, but we have to enforce. And I understand where, that is cumbersome, but, that is what it is. So, couple of things. Number one, they don't mention political signs anywhere in here. And we've been talking about it, but the public that reads this won't know. And I don't see why you can't put it in. 17.07.040 on Y. You put real estate, you put everything in there. I don't know why you can't just put political signs in there as temporary. I mean.
So real estate is commercial stage, right?
Oh, yeah, go to that real fast. What does it say? 17?
It's subject to the same protections, but, you know, if you start going back to what we currently have, which is categories of signs, let's say, for example, political signs, the purpose of having political signs identified would be to regulate them differently. And we start slipping back to political signs can be put up X days before an election and then taken down X days, and that's the opposite direction of where we're trying to go.
Yeah, but what gets me is that you've already listed what are temporary signs. So if a
As
person.
examples.
Excuse me?
Yes, as examples.
Yeah, as
But I
example.
think he's saying to list them, but don't give them any special treatment.
Yeah, there's no treatment. We just, if a person say, hey, I've got political signs, where do they go in here? And it's like, well, staff could tell them it'd be a temp sign if that's what you want to do and just have staff direct it. I just thought it was ambiguous that it's nowhere in here, so where would I be? You know, if you're gonna put it down, because again, we're only looking for commercial, non-commercial, temporary.
Right,
So
so it'd
that's
be
all I'm s-
non-commercial temporary would be a political sign.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, that should have, I think should be in here, but.
And maybe, you know,
We
one
did-
thing,
Maybe the table, maybe in the table could add it as an example, and that would be something that would. be
No, you
listed.
didn't list
We didn't
religious.
define any of the temporary, the non-commercial temporary signs. We were very general on that category. We were very specific on commercial temporary signage, but it wasn't just political. Anything that would fall under there, we didn't define.
Well, but on the categories of signs, for N you have non-commercial, and then Y you have temporary, but you don't call it temporary commercial, you just call it temporary sign. So, and those are commercials you're listing. So are you meaning temporary commercial sign on Y? Is that something you need to add?
Let me look.
It's
You said
just-
Y.
It's just on the definitions.
yeah, in the definitions, we have commercial sign, which is a message, advertising, product, business,
Right.
venture.
And then you have non-commercial
And then you
N.
have, non-commercial, and then you have.
Y, which is temp.
Temporary sign,
But
which
does
is
it say
basically.
temporary commercial? That's what I'm saying. You're
Well,
listing.
temporary,
So temporary could be either.
sorry?
Temporary can be either,
Right. Right.
you know, commercial or not commercial.
But see, that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't say that in here. I don't know if it said, you know, or non-commercial signs maybe. I don't know. I just.
So a sign could be both a commercial sign and a
Right.
temporary sign, right?
Right, right. But in this temporary, you list a yard sale and construction and banners and special events, but there's no,
Would there
It says
be
the
a,
second sentence, it says temporary signs shall include non-commercial signs, and then it continues to list all the others.
on Y?
Why?
A sign structure device used for display of messaging, which is using blah, blah,
second
blah, blah.
sentence.
Temporary shell should be non-commercial, yes, and includes real estate, blah, 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 but there's nothing about political.
You want to add
or-
political signs?
Well,
No, I
I know
think
they're
it's
a little
like it's
skeptical on
non-commercial,
using
yeah.
the word political, but is there a reason you don't want to categorize it? I mean, if it's inferred and staff knows it's inferred, and then when a person comes to the counter and asks.
They can
and you
explain
tell
it to them, yeah.
Then that's fine, you
Yeah.
know, if you don't want.
So I want to go back to the first point that you made about the requirement that we maintain the requirement for an encroachment permit. There might be another way to address your concerns, and staff would probably know better than I would, but one would be going back to that concept of a sticker issued by the city stating the date that the sign is put up and a requirement in the code that the signs must have that sticker on them. And then you'd be able to tell when that sign expires and has to go, without requiring them to get an encroachment permit, pay a fee, get insurance, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't know when to take them down.
What about no charge for the permit? If there's, once the permit is filed, you have 60 days to have the sign. If staff sees any signs that don't have a permit, and with the permit, you can take a picture of the sign. And if you see signs that are not permitted, you just take them, throw them away. And I think you're right. Your people are gonna learn, because those signs aren't cheap.
I know.
But, you know, what a lot of cities do is they take them down and then they just hold them till for a certain period of time, so at least you have a chance, hey, 10 signs were taken down. Did you just throw away $500 of my campaign funds?
And if they don't have a permit,
But if-
then
Right, but
they'll come to
they
you.
should be given 10 days to go back and pick them up from, I mean, everyone else does it.
Well, you can add that in there.
Well, I'm just saying, you can go with a permit with no cost, and it has, if you don't have a permit on file, then staff takes your signs down.
I'm just saying, if you don't have a permit and you're saying no limits, oh my goodness,
That's
can
why
you
I'm giving
imagine
you
what's
the
gonna
permit.
happen?
That's why I'm giving you the permit.
Well, and I agree with that, but I have grown down there, Laura, so, I mean,
The
I think it's,
the cost of staff time, I mean, if we're talking about picking the signs up, bringing them back to the yard, hanging on to them, making a phone call, oh, by the way, you didn't get a permit to get your signs, you need to come down here and pick them, you
But-
toss them.
but I'm
Get
looking-
your permit, if you don't get the permit, signs are trashed.
So,
with that.
but
Well,
we're
and that-
talking about more than election signs.
Correct.
oh, yeah,
Correct.
yeah. Because
Missing dog signs.
Well, I'm looking at the
Yes.
blight.
Oh, those have gotta go.
That's all I care about. I'm looking at the blight. There are cities out there that have signs that have been up for 20 years. I can tell they're faded, they're cracked, the inks come off from the rain. So I know but if you don't check,
So if there was a system that, we came up with that could keep track of when the sign was put up and when it expires, are you okay with going without an encroachment permit, or do you still?
well, I understand what Mike's saying is that I don't want staff to have to be burdened with everything. It is a mess, I know that. But I'm looking for blight in the city. I'm trying to reduce that, and I'm trying to reduce Wild Wild West out there, having 900 different signs from everybody with no accountability for it. So yes, to answer your question, if there is some way to have accountability and have the ability to take them down if it's in violation, then yes, I'm for that. It doesn't have to be a permit if there's another way. I don't want some bureaucracy to be created for it, but, whatever. I know.
And
that's
in
what
that
you're-
case, I would agree with you 100%, because if there's a way to enforce it, then I say yes. But the frustrating thing, when we're walking neighborhoods and you're putting up signs, and you're getting the permit, and you see other signs that are unpermitted, and nothing happens to them, it's
Well,
frustrating.
but you're always gonna have that. You're always gonna have, the
Well-
staff can't be everywhere, but we know those major areas where you see 900 signs. And everybody gravitates to those great pieces of property because, if you're going on some other ones and you see them up there, yeah, granted, they might stay up a little longer.
And maybe it's something that could be monitored through a handheld device. There's a picture, and you have a whole list of pictures that are categorized. Here are the sign, here are the non-commercial signs that have obtained, that have legal permits at this point in time.
But I think you're bringing staff time back in. I'm okay, I like the idea, yeah, if you don't have a permit on file, you take them down.
Because we're looking at right-of-ways only. We're not talking about anything else but right-of-ways, correct?
Well, again, I have an issue
Correct.
with the commercial versus the fact.
Because if somebody wants to put up an ideological sign
Yeah.
in your yard, that's
Yeah, that's
free
not
speech,
No,
right? that
my
they have.
issue is having 400 signs on a corner and them being up there forever and not, be accountable. That's what I'm concerned. Real quickly, so when you say, you have to take them down or you can't put them back up, is that by person? Are you saying that the person can't do that?
Well, the way
Because
it's drafted now, you have to get an encroachment permit. And then you get that permit and you can put up 50 of the small signs for 60 days and then you have to take them down for 90 days. But we're gonna have to work on this based on the
But those are
comments
only
tonight.
permitted signs. Aren't you using the same definition for just any signs up?
I think all signs are permitted, right? What signs are not permitted in this?
Only right of way I thought were being permitted. Yeah, see, so we can put up a
Correct.
sign anywhere you
No.
want. No?
No, that's not right. Other signs require a permit, other types of signs.
Like
What,
some
Misty,
kind of
what
sign.
signs require no permit?
That don't require any permit.
Yes.
If you go under the exemption category, so if you go to page,
10 on our
Sorry.
copy.
it's under 1707070. It starts on page 11 of 37. They have exempt signs. And so they're listed there, are all the ones that don't need a permit.
Okay, so if somebody wants to put up a sign on their expression of whatever, then they need a permit if it's not in one of these exemptions. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was just reading
Okay, that's fine.
the
So
section that
if somebody
referred to-
wants to put up a sign on, based on their philosophy, let's just say some political thing, then as long as it's not exempt here, they have to have a permit. Is that what we're saying? Because the permit is showing that they're gonna abide by the 60 days and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not talking about right away, because someone just said that you need a permit for any sign, and I thought it was just right away signs. So I'm confused now. Anybody else confused? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So if you put up a sign on private property, there's nothing we can do anyway. I mean, that's true. Okay, so. but
Mayor, are
non-
you referring to like signs on buildings
I'm
and
talking
things
about
like that?
non-commercial temporary signs.
Okay.
Non-commercial temporary signs, do they need a permit if they're not on the right of way?
They do not need a permit. It's number 13 on that category of exempt. Where-
Okay.
Yeah.
So then so it would then, by default, if it's not on the right of way, it must be on private property. Is that what we're saying? Is that true, though? Okay, so my original question was then, when it says here that, you have to take it down, what is it here?
60 versus 90.
Yeah, the 60 versus 90, but it says you can't put up the same one or any other temporary sign. That threw me. What does that mean, any other? That means you get a one time only? So if I want to put up a political sign, or any sign, non-commercial, temporary sign on a right-of-way, I have 60 days, and then I take it down. And then it says I can't put it up for another 90 days. Same sign, it says. But then it says any other temporary sign. So does that mean then that I can't put up a different message? And is that because it's the person putting it up, or is it because it's the sign? That's the way I read it, and that's my concern.
I think practically the way it would work would be the person coming in to get the encroachment permit. They would be granted an encroachment permit. They could put up 50 signs for 60 days. They have to take them down for 90, and then they can put it up for another 60. This is not intended to allow somebody to come in and get multiple encroachment permits.
Exactly, to stack them so that they end up being, yeah, that I understand, but what I didn't understand was the wording when it says, or any other temporary sign.
And what if you have a group that Joe in the group comes in, puts one up for 60, takes it down, and then John comes in at the end of the 60 and puts up a similar sign, and then takes it down, and then 60 days later, someone else in the group comes in and puts up a sign?
If it's the same message, it wouldn't matter.
It could be the same sign.
Yeah, it could be the same sign. That's what I'm saying, is that the person, it says shall not be replaced by the same or other temporary sign. Well, what does other temporary sign mean? Does that mean a different message? Because I know I can see it replaced by the same, sure, you don't want it stacked. But other temporary, does that mean that I'm not allowed to put one in that same place for 90 days? Or, doesn't that limit my
Yeah, well,
speech?
the intent is that if I come in and I get an encroachment permit, that I can, for 50 signs, at the end of that 60 days, they come down, I can't come in the next day and get another encroachment permit.
For the same sign?
Right.
Okay.
Or any sign in the right of way.
Okay, so that's my question.
The permittee, and maybe it's not clear and needs to be clarified, we're giving that permittee the right to put 50 signs in the right of way for 60 days.
Okay, and so they choose their message, and at the
And
end of that
it
60
could be
days, if they
whatever
want
they-
another message, they have to wait 90 days to put it up.
You gotta wait 90
All right.
days.
Okay.
So let me
That's what I was saying.
get a little clarification on what you just said. So it's just 50 signs, you can't get 6, 10, 15 permits?
Can't get what?
You can't get 6, right now you can get up to 6 permits, so you can put up 300 signs.
Yeah, no, it doesn't say that.
Okay, 50 is not enough for a campaign in Beaumont.
And that's why we're here.
I understand, and so I'm giving
We thought
200.
50 was reasonable.
I think 200 is reasonable. What'd you say?
But the direction based on the discussion tonight was no limit on the number, no permit, but coming up with some mechanism to track the 60-day period that the signs are up.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And that seems to be the consensus.
I'm okay with a permit that has no staff. I like Mike's idea that if it's in, if it's in a place where I'm gonna mow, your sign's gone.
And we've got that, and I think that's helpful, that if it's a landscaped area or an area that has to be mowed, that we don't want signs there because the workers have to take them out and put them back.
Yeah, and I don't know how, you and I have talked about this in years past, the 3 feet from the curb. Well, measure 3 feet from the curb.
It was 5 feet,
I
and
know, but
we
even 3
limited it
feet,
to
you're
3.
still, you're no longer in the right of way.
And you do want to, you do want to have regulations that don't result in signs blocking vehicle traffic
Or
sight,
pedestrian
line of
traffic,
sight,
right?
or, from a safety standpoint, right?
Well, I'm just really looking forward to what you guys come up with.
Here's what my notes say. Trying to come up with some kind of consensus here, because there are a lot of comments. No limit on signs in the right-of-way. No permits required in the right-of-way. We need to come up with some mechanism to track that 60-day period. Identify the locations signs are not allowed in, such as grass areas that are to be mowed. Drop the 1 per block rule, get rid of that, because it doesn't sound practicable. That people are generally okay with the 60-day limit on the period for the signs to be up. Perhaps a quick reference table so that people can come in and pull up a table and see, well, I've got this kind of sign, I can have it up for this long in these areas. And then electronic billboards should be okay, provided that it doesn't contradict our dark sky ordinance, and the electric message center should have lumens that are no brighter than regular billboards, but that's probably an issue for a later day. And then I have wants to avoid blight, but I think that's inconsistent with the other approach of allowing unlimited number of signs. So you got overruled on that. And then,
I'll hear the comment.
and then the discussion about the window signs by Councilmember Laura, but the section we were just looking at does
It did
address
mention it.
permanent window signs.
What's the
17070.
Yeah, I'm on the clean ordinance, page 10. And it is 1707070 general provisions. B exempt signs, number 1. It references permanent window signs not exceeding 4 square feet and limited to business identification, hours of operation, address, and emergency information only. So that would be the only part, the only type of window sign that would be exempt. Yeah.
No permit required.
And if I might offer, since there is discussion on a much larger scale with billboards and some of these other signs, we are getting ready to embark on the zoning code update, which this sign section is a part of. I think the things we're discussing tonight are critical in at least getting that squared away in light of the Supreme Court case and whatnot, or cases and whatnot. The billboard sign might take a little more time on staff to research and pull some information together. So I would offer, if council is not in an extreme hurry to get that done, addressing the entire sign code with the exception of what we're dealing with now could be handled through the zoning code update. It would just take a little, it will be a little.
All right, Councilmember White.
So one last thing, we had a similar discussion, or we had a discussion in earlier council meetings when this has come up, and it might be a way to address some of the issues, your issues with blight, the issues if we say there's no limit on signs, or is someone going to put up 5,000 signs? Someone will. And then Mike's, Councilman Laura's position that We have areas that you can't put signs. We talked before about saying, here's areas where you can. And we could say all non-commercial signs in the public right-of-way can only be on Brookside, First Street. I mean, we could just limit it to those number of streets, and why would you buy, 5,000 signs if you're gonna only be able to put it in 4 or 5 different streets throughout the city? And I think that might be a way to make it easier for staff to monitor. I think it would address some of the maximum sign numbers. Just a thought.
We can look into that.
I think maybe a map or something along those lines
Yeah,
that we
that
could
just
look with
says
some
you can only
recommended.
put them on these streets.
It's definitely easier to enforce.
Because we all know where the right streets are.
Does that map need to be updated as land gets developed? And then, so that would change and
I
we'd
think
have to
it's-
look at that in the future?
I think it's traffic patterns more than anything else.
But it would be, because it's a part of our.
Highland Springs,
That map.
Brookside.
Yeah, I think it depends on the nature of the streets, but like you said, most of us know what streets are, right? And those streets are probably set, so I don't imagine that a lot of modification would need to be made, at least not very frequently.
I think we have enough to work
I
with,
think
and
we
then
do.
we'll come back to you with another draft of this, and thank you for the input.
Mr.
right,
Mayor, I do have a request to speak.
Okay, we do have one request to speak. After all that stimulating discussion, I'll open at 9:43 for your comment. Thank you.
Thank you for entertaining my comments here. My signs are just better, Okay, here's some real deals. Let's keep it real. We're all electeds. We're all gonna put stuff up. We want to be in good spots. We're gonna take advantage of those commercial areas. We're gonna put as many as we can. Every one of those entries into one of the communities on First Street, you're gonna put a sign at least on one side. You're already blowing it right there. Put the numbers down. If you're going with the numbers you're coming up with. Something else to consider: wind. What's the snow? You can't put a sign on a fence. Well, you're going to find half your signs down the road. I put mine on there and I stapled them on because I knew that that's the only way they were going to stay. The winds also tackle your signs, and so you're going to be replacing them. So you can put a sticker on the sign. You're going to replace. What are you going to do? You take the sticker off and put it back on. There's some really practical problems with some of this. Some things that haven't addressed is the bling factor on your signs too, the little LED lights. I don't think anybody's talked about that. Is there some limitation on times of what you can do, for nighttime or whatever? Is that a visual thing? Then there's also the question of those big Ryder trucks that's got your name on the side parked in the parking lot. I don't know if you've addressed that as well. Some other things to consider is those monument signs, those memorials to people. There's kids who got killed in a car accident or whatever, and they've been there forever and ever. I don't know if that's a part of your sign thing. And then "Got Jesus" sign, that's that someone puts in your yard. Is that how are you going to deal with that as well? But on the political thing, I think we got to be real. There are people that have a lot of money and they're going to put 1 million signs up there. If you don't enforce it, then I think you're giving an unfair advantage to somebody that has, the political without. I ran a campaign on a very tight budget against somebody else that had a very a more diverse budget in terms. That person had signs up and down all over the road. I had to be very limited on what I could do. So I think there's that other aspect of it too. Are you enabling bad behavior, and for what purpose? And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So this is a complicated subject on a lot of levels, legally, practically speaking, and we appreciate all the input that we got from the council. Thank you.
So what we're looking at then is another draft to come back with these suggestions, and not necessarily a first reading yet, but a draft to discuss. Okay, I agree. Are we good with that? All right. I don't know where we're at. Here we are, J10, discussion and consideration of the requested resolution opposing initiative 21-00428-1. Who's on this one?
Yes.
Oh, Chris,
I'm
Ms.
on this
Taylor.
one. Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is being brought back to you as requested from a month or so ago during a legislative update. So Initiative 21-0042A1 is a state ballot measure which would restrict voter input and local taxing authority. It has qualified for the next election cycle where we can see initiatives and other measures like this on the ballot. So the League of Cities has put out a fact sheet as well as a number of other agencies, or not agencies, but I'd say nonpartisan groups. The CBRT has done a fiscal analysis, and essentially there's some specifics in the staff report that are important to consider. And I'll highlight a few of them. So initially, the initiative as proposed would limit voter input. It would prohibit local voters from providing direction on how local tax dollars should be spent. And it would do this by prohibiting local advisory measures. There are some impacts to franchise fees, and it would set new standards for how fees and charges are paid, what those fees or payments would look like, and what they could be used for. Except for licensing and other regulatory fees, charges may not exceed actual cost of providing a product or service for which the fee is charged. In many cases, franchise agreements and fees that are paid are exceed that currently. So with respect to some local control issues, so it would require voter approval for fines, penalties, and it would levy for corporations and property owners that violate state laws unless a new process is imposed. So essentially, any process or standard we have in place right now would have to be revisited. It would, again, restrict local tax authorities, so it would require voter approval to expand existing taxes such as utility user taxes or TOTs. City charters may not be amended to include tax or fees. New taxes would only be able to be imposed for a specific time period. The fiscal impact to this could potentially be billions in local government fees and charge revenues that would be essentially placed in peril, based on legal review. This would affect cities, counties, special districts, school districts, et cetera. Included in the staff report for your review and for the public's knowledge as well is the language that was submitted to the state for review, and that's the one that is stamped received. And it has the language that you would see in the ballot measure at this time. And then the fiscal analysis from California City Finance, which gives some more detail in what the impacts would potentially be. And then, of course, the League of Cities fact sheet that I think many of us have seen already and has been sent out to a number of cities. So included in the staff report is a resolution, and it is available. I'm available for council discussion, or if council would like to discuss and take action, you may do so.
All right, thank you for that. I forgot to close public comment for the last item. That was at 9:46 PM. And do we have public comment on this?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, so council discussion, just to put my input at the beginning, I think it's something that we should support. Whether the premise was intended well-being or not, what has resulted is disaster, at least from a city's point of view, in my opinion. But I think it's something that the city should to oppose, so to send a letter of opposition to the initiative is what I would like to see. But I'm open for discussion. Councilmember White.
Is this the one also known as the roundtable, business
Yes,
roundtable?
correct.
Okay. Yeah, the issue also, it's a big issue for transportation commissions as well, because it's going to be much harder to get the funding you need for the transportation. And RCTC is very concerned about this one, because it could just really hamper development of the infrastructure that we really need. If you have to go and get 2/3 of the voters to approve it, it's going to be hard to raise the funds that are needed for the infrastructure. So I'm also in support of a letter of opposition.
Councilmember White?
I'm in, I agree as well.
Agree, okay, concurrence. Mayor Pro Tem Finn, you good?
I was ready to make a motion.
Okay, and I have concurrence with Mr. Laura, so. Do we need a motion for this or just direction?
Direction is fine. There's no recommendation provided by staff.
Right, so council agrees that we should draft a letter of opposition for the initiative. All right, with that, Kay for legislative updates and discussions.
Your legislative update tonight will be provided by our police chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So our legislature is back in session, and of course with that comes a slew of bad bills. I'm going to chunk these out over the next several council meetings, so we'll look at 4 of them this evening.
That many, huh?
The good news, though, is by engaging our legislators on both sides of the aisle, Cal Chiefs has gained some political capital. And so with that, we're not just on the defensive this year, we are on the offensive. And so I'm going to take these in order listed here. So K1 is AB 742. You should have a copy. And what this bill would do is pretty much prohibit the use of the police canines to effect the arrest, prevent escape, or overcome resistance of an individual. There's some serious dangers with the bill like that. The police canines, the author cites some historics, but what I wanted to introduce tonight is in 2021, we introduced our own apprehension dog, Murph. And so we deployed Murph 36 times where suspects were on the scene, and we had 36 surrenders with no bites. Now, sometimes there could be a bite, but in our case, the presence of this tool has modified behavior of suspects. And that is 36 times that our officers did not have to use force, did not get injured themselves, and the suspects weren't injured. And so it's been a great tool. Since 2020, so I said 2021, but we introduced this dog in December of 21, so from December 21 to December 22. So mostly those are 2022 statistics. And so in 2023, so far, 6 deployments and 6 surrenders of suspects. Again, no bites, no injuries to your officers, and no injuries to suspects. So we believe that 742 is a bad bill, and we'll propose, I would make a recommendation that this council offers a letter of opposition to this bill. And if you would agree, we can bring that back to the city manager. AB 1708, this is a good news bill. This is one that Cal Chiefs is a co-sponsor. And this is designed to fix some of the ramifications of Prop 47. And so there's a whole litany here, but basically we would get the Penal Code 666.1 back on the books. So petty theft for the prior, as we know, suspects are entering retail establishments with a calculator. And as long as they come out to $949, they'll be site released. And it's having a true negative effect on our retail sector. And of course, the statistics are being played, and we don't want to get into a back and forth with the retail sector. Of course, they're not calling, and the legislator's saying, well, your statistics are down, and it's no, they're not calling because they don't want to tie up somebody on a crime that's not being prosecuted. And so this would fix a lot of that. AB 796 is also a very pro bill, and what we're hoping to do with this is amend the code so that if you make a specific threat against a location, for example, a school or a place of worship, then that would be a crime within itself. So in essence, the bill would additionally make it a crime for a person to willfully threaten to commit a crime that will result in death or great bodily injury at a particular location or event as specified. So right now, we deal with incidents at our school, the swatting, and there could be events there, and we cannot prosecute most of these crimes until this, as the crime is written. And then finally, bless you, Senate Bill 804. So what we've done, and this has been a common practice for some time, is so police officers that have 5 years of experience or have attended a Prop 115 course can report on hearsay testimony. So for example, and this is only for preliminary hearings. So for example, instead of sending the victim, the witness, the loss prevention officer, and the 4 officers that helped on that crime scene to court at the preliminary hearing at one time and tying up all those resources, the officer who took the report, the sworn officer, can Prop 115 all their hearsay testimony. Well, we've been introducing community service officers, and they've been used throughout the country and the state for some time. Community service officers are not sworn, therefore they don't qualify for Prop 115. This bill would amend that because, as mentioned earlier, the cost of police officers and firefighters, they're expensive, right? So we can put more on the street when we use some of our non-sworn assets. And so this bill would fix that. So right now, this evening, the recommendation is just 1 letter of opposition on AB 742 and 1 letter in support of AB 1708. I'll follow the others if we see a need as they move through the committees to come back, then we would. And with that, I can answer any questions that you may have on these bills.
And Chief, just to verify, those are AB 804 and AB 790? Oh, SBs, okay.
Did I say ABs? Oh, I was reading them off this. So it's SB 804, SB 796.
Okay, 804 is Labor Relations Agriculture. Okay. So SB 804, SB 796.
But AB is 742, is AB 742.
Yeah, that one's great, and 1708 is correct also.
And AB 1708.
Okay. Okay, so I apologize. So you're looking for a letter of opposition for 742?
Yes.
And a letter of support for 1708?
That's correct.
Is that correct? All right. All right, Councilmember White, comments?
Nope.
Oh, just a bad light? All right. Let us know what we've done in the past, because it's late for my brain. Are we taking direction now or bringing it back at another time, or can consensus now give them authority for you to draft?
Consensus now, we'll draft the letter for the
So I'm in
mayor, for
support
your
of the chief's
signature.
request. I have a yes from Mr. Lara.
I am as well.
But you brought up just the first 2. Are you requesting
No letters at this time.
just the first 2? Okay.
Just the first 2.
Yeah, I'm
The
good.
rest are updates.
Okay, council has consensus for yes, so thank you, chief.
You're welcome.
All right, that brings us to, let's see, that was KL, the economic development update.
This thing on?
Mr. Wersinski, hello there.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Quick update for you. We did have another downtown business meeting. It was held on Wednesday, March 29th. We had over 30 businesses express interest in attending that event. So we weren't quite sure what attendance was going to look like because it was raining the night before and so forth. But I didn't get to count every single person in there, but there was at least over 60 individuals that were in attendance. Some of them don't have businesses here yet, so our incentive program's working because as we're talking to some of the ones that are looking at coming into the city, we're able to invite them to this event to kind of see what's going on within the downtown. So there was at least 6 or 7 people in attendance that don't own a business here but are thinking about doing so. So that was very good. At that meeting, staff presented the downtown business incentive programs that are live. We also touched on topics for discussion from the downtown revitalization project. So our consultant, GHD, Jonathan Linkus, the president of that company, was here and was able to kind of do a teaser on the new visioning workshop that's going to be held likely in May. So we're firming up a date with them, and then we'll make sure that all the council and Economic Development Committee and Planning Commission know what's going on with that one, as well as all the businesses that were in attendance. And then we do have an EDC meeting next week on Wednesday, April 12th at 4 o'clock, and we're going to be listening to a great presentation from Jeff Hart on infrastructure, discussing new barriers of entry that have arose. And then lastly, we discussed, and I wanted to bring it up again tonight, the intro to the Beaumont Eats and Treats Passport to Downtown Beaumont program that went live on Monday. So if you don't have your passport card, you can find one here at City Hall, at the Chamber of Commerce, and at all 14 participating locations. So if anyone has any questions, be more than happy to answer that as well. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wazinski. Do we have any comments? Nope. All right. We'll address it in my report at least. Thank you. Item M brings us a city treasurer report. Looks like Mr. Patel is absent today, but there is an item for his request from last meeting. So M1 asks for discussion on sending the city treasurer to Washington DC with city council as part of our delegation team. So Mr. Patel's not here to discuss that, but I believe from our prior request, he was just asking for whether he can come along or not. So do we have any discussion on that item? We need to make a decision as yes or no, because they're going to be.
Yeah, I don't have any opposition.
Was that?
I don't have any opposition to him attending.
So you would be okay with him
Mhm.
attending, Mr. Hunt? Okay,
Yes, sir.
to there?
I think, especially since I'm not unable to make it, I think it would be good to have more representation.
I have I appreciate Treasurer Patel's interest in going. However, when you go back and you look at his area of responsibilities, this particular trip falls outside of that. And so when you look at that, I have trouble justifying the cost benefit. Doesn't work for me. The other thing I want to bring up too is, as you recall, when we first had this come to council, I think it was the city manager that had indicated that smaller contingencies are better because the offices are smaller. With Councilmember White's inability to attend, my thought is that now we would have basically a 2 and 2 as far as council members go. The thought that I had was that you could have the mayor and mayor pro tem attend the meetings with electeds, and Councilmember Voigt and myself could attend the meetings with the elected staff. It would make smaller contingencies. We would attend obviously with city staff. But when you look at, again, the responsibilities of the treasurer, you're looking at investment. He's looking at monthly investment reports. And we're not really going because we're in trouble, like an SEC issue or an auditing issue. We're going to get support and funding for infrastructure, which is really outside the realm of what the treasurer is responsible for. So that's my thoughts on the matter. That's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember White, want to respond?
Yeah, would you still be opposed if he paid his own way?
Attending with us, again, you're making the contingency bigger than it needs to be. If he wants to pay his own way and I don't know, I don't see the benefit of him attending with the council. Council was elected to represent the citizen on items like this to support the infrastructure. The election of the treasurer is to monitor, work with the finance committee, work with the investment side of it. So again, I don't see the benefit.
How many staff are we taking?
We're taking 3.
We're taking 3, so we have 1 staff, 1 staff. So right now, we have a group of 4, and then a group of 3, possibly, if we do that.
Correct.
So, so my comments are this. 1, I do find it difficult to justify the expense, especially since he's a part of the legislative board. So I do have a problem with that or an issue with that. I did ask a former city treasurer if they thought that it would be something within the scope of the treasurer, and that person said no, they did not believe that it would be justified to spend city money on that. He is an elected official, so if he wanted to go on his own and pay for his way, then we'd have no ability to say no, in my opinion. But we're here to see if we are going to spend city dollars for his attendance. Now, our consultant did say that we would expect to go a few times, and he's got a 4-year term, so there'll be future times where we may not have 2 council members or 3, 4, and maybe at that time we can consider that, I would say. That would be my suggestion. So at this point, I would suggest that we hold off on our city treasurer for now until we see what future delegations look like. Kind of get an idea of how it went now and see if you could fit in or have, a way of justifying the cost perhaps in the future. But that's my opinion. Anybody want to comment on that? Because if not, we'll have to take a vote because we need to know whether.
So I'm not sure, you mentioned paying for himself to go. I think one thing that he does provide that none of us have, and that is as a business owner, especially business owner in Beaumont with a number of properties, I think that provides some area of expertise. I understand the cost, and I think that's a good argument. But I also know in the past we've had, with a previous treasurer, I don't know if that was a person you spoke to, we expanded some of their role at that time, and it was, I think it had some pros and cons to it. So I'm just asking you if it was on his own dime, would we welcome him in the group?
Well, I'd have, certainly wouldn't say no. I mean, he does add that extra layer of transparency. That's for sure. My concern is paying for him at this point. I don't see a role where to fit him yet until we get a better idea of how this goes, and he'll be great for discussion when we come back with the information we bring. We'll surely listen to his input and expertise at that point. I'm just concerned with the city dollar expanding on another person at this moment. But if he were to pay his own way and say, I'll pay for my own way, can I be with you? Then of course I'd have to welcome that as an elected official. I think he's got that right. He may not sit with some of, we'll have to decide as maybe a council and with staff where he would fit best if that were to happen. But yeah, I don't think it's within our privy to say he couldn't attend if he was an elected official and decided to pay on his own. That's my opinion.
You may want to take a vote on it just to provide clear
Yeah,
direction
we'll
to
need to
staff.
do that. So I'm just listening for any more comments. We have a couple of votes. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yes, thank you. So not having gone to do any efforts like that, and it'll be my first, I just can't help but think that there may be strength in numbers showing a unified front with the council going. It's unfortunate that Mr. White cannot attend. And my vision of it thinking is if we had the entire council and the treasurer, it would show a united front to our higher elected officials and so forth that we kind of mean business and we're putting every effort possible out there. And so I just thought it would be a benefit of having him there. And then perhaps that to make it more productive, that I don't think we're going there to say we're in dire straits and so forth. We have a need and we need that addressed. But if he's able to represent the finance side of the city from his capacity, I think it would be a plus. Just trying to guess, I would think that he might be willing to pay his own way. I certainly appreciate the mayor's comments and Mr. Laura's about not using city funds, but I would support him attending and joining us if we did want to spend the money, but I think he would be a net plus in showing up. So that's my comments.
All right, so go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, I was thinking about that, and if you remember back when we had Congressman Ruiz's contingency come and we were out on Pennsylvania talking, right? We had a circle of group. At some point, we had to get 2 council members out and bring 2 other council members in to speak so they could be heard. So I think that's something to think about as far as the more people you get, are they just going to be sitting there or are they going to be able to provide input? And it just seemed difficult when we were there doing the Pennsylvania discussion with Congressman Ruiz's contingent. My thoughts.
Go ahead.
I understand that he's not a part of the council, so he can be that extra person and not violate the Brown Act. And
That's
so,
correct.
But I do understand, and I was there for that meeting, that we had to work through issues, and 2 of us had to step aside so that 2 others can come in and have a conversation. So I understand that. But I also do know that he does not, with his attendance, it's not going to violate the Brown Act.
All right, so with that, we have an item here to discuss adding the treasurer to Washington DC delegation team. We've had discussion, so now we need for staff to let them know whether to add him to the itinerary. So I'll accept the motion in a second, and then we'll vote.
Mayor, I move that we welcome Mr. Patel if he's going to pay his way.
Okay, so the motion is if he pays his way. Do we have a second to that one?
Yes, I'll second that.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Laura,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. And that was if he pays his way with no city dollars, correct? Correct. All right. Okay, with that, city clerk report, item N.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know, it's a long night.
We're
It's one
good
of our-
tonight, right? We're good.
Okay, thank you. Item O, city attorney report.
Yes, just to provide an update on the litigation matters. We had the Illapatafe case that was pending in federal court, and we prevailed at the trial court level on that. That was a writ petition, and the writ petition was denied. We still have a cross complaint in that case that the city has filed. And then we have the federal court action, which is still pending, and that's at the pleading stage. We're making some efforts to see if we can get the case resolved, and we'll report back to you at some point in the future in closed session. The Reeves versus City of Beaumont case was a officer-involved shooting case, and there was a lawsuit filed, and we filed a motion with the court, and the court dismissed that case. IS versus City of Beaumont, that case was also, the city was dismissed from that case. And then Wright versus City of Beaumont is an alleged dangerous condition case arising out of use of an electronic bicycle, an e-bike, and the person riding that bike was in an accident, and that case is in the discovery phase. And then the Cesaris versus City of Beaumont, that also is a dangerous condition case involving a bicycle accident, and that currently is in the pleading stage. And then Norman versus the City of Beaumont, this was an alleged excessive force case, and that case is still in the discovery phase. And then Ochoa versus the City of Beaumont is an alleged dangerous condition case arising out of a car accident that we believe occurred, well, it occurred on Highway 79. We believe it's outside of the jurisdiction of the city, and it's at the pleading stage. We've been trying to get that case dismissed voluntarily. We haven't been successful so far in those discussions with the plaintiff's lawyer. And then Durkee versus the City of Beaumont, and that's an alleged dangerous condition case arising out of a trip and fall at the Cherry Festival, and that's in the discovery phase. In addition to that, We've assisted the city with labor and employment matters, land use matters, public contracting matters. We've been assisting the council with the sign ordinance that we discussed at length tonight. That'll be an ongoing project. And then Public Records Act matters, Brown Act matters, conflict of interest questions, and then also assisted the city with the national opioid settlement. That was item G7 on tonight's agenda. We worked on the ordinance amending the bidding, contracting, and purchasing policy of the city. That was item I1 on the agenda tonight. And then also assisted the city with analyzing the easement issue that came up in connection with the Stewart Park item. And so that concludes my report this evening.
Question or no?
Yeah.
The question? No? All right, that brings us to item P, City Manager Report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder that Monday at 4 o'clock, we will be having a workshop on the sewer rate study. It'll be from 4 to 6. And if you haven't had a chance to drive by Three Rings Ranch, you'll be pleasantly surprised that there is a playground going in. It's not quite done, but it should be done shortly, and we will be doing a ribbon cutting, and we'll schedule that with everybody. I want to give you some stats. We had a cleanup day on March 18th. We diverted 57%. We recycled 33.92 tons. We shredded 6.20 paper shreds. E-waste 4.78. Green waste, there was none. We didn't have that this time. And metal 17.46. It was extremely successful. It was a group effort. There were a lot of volunteer groups out there. Boy Scouts, Interact, a bunch of people that helped. That event is something that could not be done without all of the volunteers. So congratulations to Sue Foxworth and her team for putting on a great event. There is a Parks Project update in there. Do you want to say a few words on the sports park, Doug, please?
Yes, thank you, Council. We are continuing to work on the sports park. Right now, we've released an RFP for landscape architect services for the construction documents. That is due to us on April 14th. And we have so far seen a pretty large response from people that have been going to public purchase and accessing the documents. So there appears to be some interest, so we're anticipating hopefully a good number of responses in that. And so at the middle of the month, we will open those bids and then hopefully bring that and award that design process quickly. It's should be roughly about a 6-month design process, and then after we go from there, we will go to construction bid. Out for bid for that. In the meantime, as we prepare for that, we are moving forward in our last conversation with when ASO, our primary user up at the sports park, when they are done with their spring season, we are going to come in and do a maintenance project. So the community will notice some fencing and some areas of the park that will be closed for maintenance during the summer. Our goal is to start that as soon as the season ends, which should be right before Memorial Day. And so we're hoping to have that work going on for the month of June and July, and then the park will sit for August. We'll get that reopened as fast as we can so they can start their fall seasons. And so we're going to be doing the turf plating and the reseeding and the replanting of those. And we will be doing only the parts of the field that won't be converted to the synthetic turf. So we won't do the entire park because we're hoping that a little bit later this year that we would start moving on the synthetic turf project. So we're not going to do that part of the park yet. But those are some exciting things that are happening at the sports park.
All right, well, thank you for that. Comments, okay. You're done with that?
Yes.
All right, let's take it to future agenda items. Are there any items there council wants to ask staff about, or do we have any new items?
I have a new one.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So I request and hopefully I'm phrasing this correctly without making a mountain out of a molehill. But what are the cities, with the city of Beaumont continuing to grow, what are our needs in terms of community rec centers and so forth? Having spaces to meet for the public, having, general assembly areas and so forth. Then we have the Chatney Center, which is a wonderful building, but is that meeting the needs of the citizens now? And if it's not, or if it's fine, but what would be the projection in the future? I love how we went through our strategic plan, but I don't think anybody talked about that. And so I had an opportunity to meet with a group of constituents who had mentioned that there are not very many places to assemble in the city. And so I don't know how to solve that, but at least ask the question, and then if staff is able to do a little research. I don't think we have to hire a consultant to do some fancy report or anything like that, but at least a report back of what we have, what we think our needs are, and what would be a midterm goal on that. Does that make enough sense to put something together? Okay, thank you.
Any others? Okay, seeing none, it takes us to council reports. Councilmember Voigt, would you go first today?
Sure. I apologize, but I have nothing to report tonight.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was trying to let you get a drink of water there.
Councilmember White?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes, attended WRCOG on Monday, and just a friendly reminder, the General Assembly is, signups are open now, and that General Assembly is on June 29th. That's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes, thank you. Just real quick, I attended Morongo's Ground and Air Ambulance kickoff. It's a pretty cool helicopter there, and something nice to share about that is they have that to help the entire region. That helicopter will have a 150-mile radius, and so if there's emergencies out there and they're available, they're going to help their neighbors. And so I'm very pleased to hear that and appreciate all the work that went behind the scenes to make that happen. Also, too, just way of announcement, our Transportation Now Committee is now meeting back in person again, and we will be meeting this Thursday at noon at the Banning Community Center. So that's what I have for tonight.
All right, thank you for that. For my report, I attended the IOA reception at Morongo. I'm very proud that we are the host city for that event, and hopefully we'll even further the event next year. I attended and spoke at the Vietnam Veterans Ceremony at for the Parks District. 19 vets showed up for recognition, and it was an outstanding, very moving event too. And very proud to be a part of that. I attended the Banning City Council with Mr. Lara to present the trophy and check to the winners there for the golf tournament. Attended the Downtown Economic Revitalization meeting that was well attended, and I was very proud to be there, and I did talk to a few of the potential business owners that are interested in the, and I got an overwhelming consistent theme about how receptive we are, how the city's really willing to help them. I had one of the business owners tell us that they've gone to different cities, and it's like, yeah, here you go, here's your paperwork, and come and see us later. And it was nice and refreshing, they said, to actually have staff that wanted to answer questions. So I appreciate that, and kudos to staff. Attended RCA yesterday. It was mostly updates and reports, and we went to the roundtable with Congressman Ruiz this morning. It was kind of a general, here's how to get grants type of meeting, and it was supposed to be the general kind of here's what we have to offer, and then the next one he promised would be a little bit more nuts and bolts. So hopefully we'll get to talk to him a little bit more about our infrastructure. And with that,
Mayor, one last thing. I
Yes.
forgot to mention that we're also handling the City of Beaumont's case against Torcal, and the Court of Appeal has now set that for hearing on May 4th, if anybody's interested in watching the Court of Appeal argument. My partner, Sean Murphy, will be arguing the case in front of the Court of Appeal.
all right, thank you, Mr. Pickens. Okay, no further comments, and we'll adjourn at 10:26 p.m.